If this doesn't turn out to be true, I'll come back here and you can all tell me I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, it's going to be true. You are going to have middle-class Americans, middle-class Pennsylvanians, some of the best tax season in 2026 that you've ever had.
He even invited voters to hold him accountable if it doesn't happen. But critics, they warn that those benefits, they're likely to flow upward, not outward. And that concern, it's not coming out of nowhere. It's backed by new data showing that while everyday Americans are very anxious, executives and investors, they're more confident in the economy than they've been in 4 years. Right? And that's a big thing that I've tried to explain to any of my rich friends, that there are people living in different realities in the United States right now. Right? The wealthiest, they're doing great, they're spending great. Those regular folks, they're tightening their belt, right? You've got Americans, and more importantly for next year, you have voters uneasy, though the markets are calm. You have the White House saying that everything's great, but also it's not their fault if things are not great. And so with these off-cycle elections already swinging to the left and the midterms less than a year away, the big question is whether voters decide, hey, we're gonna keep waiting or we're gonna send a message. But that right there, it brings us all to the end of today's show. Granted, you've got more just a click away, or you've got today's brand new Crashing Out episode with myself and Alex Pearlman. Well, it's called Crashing Out. It is very actually cathartic, or you could watch last night's Philip DeFranco show. Definitely watch that if you haven't seen it already. But whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We are the Breakfast Club. Now, if you're just joining us, we're opening up the phone lines and talking about the Diddy doc. 800-585-1051. It's called Reckoning. It's on Netflix. It's 4 parts.
I haven't seen it.
If you haven't seen it, I would just say it details a majority of Diddy's life. It starts from him as a child, how he grew up, his father being a hustler and killed. It goes into how he was raised, the Catholic schools he went to, how he got his job, how he got into the industry. It has videos, it has footage, it has interviews from his friends, people in the industry, the co-founder of Bad Boy with him. I actually didn't know that Bad Boy was co-founded by him and his friend. He gave his friend 25% and Puff gave his mother 75%. And when Bad Boy took off, allegedly, Puff went into the office with a baseball bat and said, I need that 25% back, and he got the 25% back. That's all in the doc. He explains that. Talks about his relationships with his child's mothers, and it just really dives into it.
Did they talk about nut on the nipples? Did they talk about the man who nutted on his nipples?
I didn't hear the nut on the nipples.
50 was not about to put that nasty.
Did not talk about the nut on the nipples, but they do have jurors in there that talk about.
He should have put that after the sanitizer part.
Yes.
Or maybe before.
Yes.
That is crazy. How you walk through Harlem and shake a bunch of people's hand and hug a bunch of people and say you gotta go wash, but you rubbed another man's nut on your nipples and fell asleep.
Damn. In that part, he talks about, he's saying hello to a bunch of people, shaking hands, giving hugs. And in the back of the car, he says he needs to wash.
And this is in the midst of everything. He should have been so humble.
Yeah, it makes it seem like he doesn't want to deal with peasants. I don't want to deal with you. I can't touch your hands. It shows Diddy as a What?
Did you see my text?
I did see your text.
Okay.
I did see your text. Yeah, it shows him as a nasty, negative, unhumble person, and that throughout his career. And that's everybody talking. That's what the sentiment of that documentary is. What do you think?
Yes, I agree. And I think it also shows like a lot of greed and just lack of any type of care for people that I think honestly cared about him.
Did anybody talk nice about Diddy in that doc?
I think Kalina tried a bit when she talked about she loved him so much that she would definitely jump in his casket.
Why?
I mean, for
one album and you jumping in caskets? What is going on? One album, yo. One album, come on, yo.
Capricorn Mark says she, was trying to protect him in the culture doing all that casket
What
stuff.
culture? We gotta stop saying that. What culture are we protecting by protecting somebody like Diddy? You're not protecting hip hop culture. What you're actually protecting is a culture of abuse.
And that's what was the point of this documentary.
You're protecting a culture of people who are driven by ego. You're not protecting hip hop culture.
And people were also mad the fact that 50 put this out. It was like 50's foul for this. But I think people should just want the truth, right? And if that's the truth, you can't be mad. And I know people are skewed, right? Because Puff done gave you so many different things. He done gave you Biggie. He done gave you Total. He done gave you Craig Mack. He done gave you the 90s and 2000s sound. He done...
Craig Mack's wife is in there pissed at Diddy. Craig Mack's wife is in there pissed at Diddy.
Yeah.
But people are complex though. I mean, and he did contribute all of those things. And he did do some really foul things too. So, you have to deal with the complexities of all of that.
Right. But you could still be a monster and giving you some of the best musics of your career, of your life.
And they actually say in the cease and desist that this is like one black famous man against another, which a lot of people are saying as well too. But I think.
What you mean black famous man against another?
So like you're putting 50 Cent, who's the EP of this doc. They're saying that Netflix is using one famous black man to just go and be against another.
Talk about that for a second. I keep hearing people say that, right?
What's that?
You don't know the backstory of the 50 Cent Diddy situation.
Nobody does.
And if you knew the backstory of the 50 Cent Diddy situation, all of this would make sense. But I will tell y'all this: 48 Laws of Power says, "Do not offend the wrong person."
I don't even know the backstory.
So it's not.
Like, I don't know.
We do know enough of the backstory.
What, the shopping?
No, we do know enough of the back. We know the Diddy and the baby mama.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's one thing if you with the baby mama, but if you're gonna taunt somebody about that, right? Do not offend the wrong person.
Now also,
He clearly offended the wrong person.
Also in the
and 50's on his ass for life.
Is also in the doc, it makes it seem like that was Diddy's MO. They talk about how Diddy kicked it to Suge Knight's side chick, took what's his name's girl, Albie Shore's girl,
Misa.
took Eric Sermon's girl. So the doc also talks about how Diddy's revenge was to F your chick.
And by the way, if you F my
That's
chick,
kind of like Drake. Isn't that what Drake does?
I think a lot of men do that.
if you F my chick, cool. That's up between you and her. But you're not gonna taunt me about it. If you're gonna taunt me about it, right? And behind the scenes, I'm gonna be on your head probably for a long time. So I don't have a problem with any of this.
Right.
I really don't. Do not offend the wrong person.
But their relationship is weird because I think, didn't 50 send Diddy before the videos of Cassie and pictures of Cassie released? Didn't he send him as like, hey, you better get a hold of this beforehand as a cool? I thought that he said that one time, didn't he? Did 50 say that one time?
I don't know.
Anyway, I hope that's not inside information. But anyway, let's go to the phone line. Damn, I hope that's not inside information. Hello, who's this?
Hey, good morning. It's Jasmine from Milwaukee.
Jazz from Milwaukee. Talk to us.
I never thought I would say this, but for the first time, I feel like 50 Cent got it right. This is like the documentary. And first of all, Charlamagne, you haven't watched it, so I really feel like you need to watch it to put things into perspective, because this is years of speculation. It's years of things that the fans really felt like we knew, but we were able to really hear from, everybody's mouth directly. My biggest takeaways were the assaults on his previous executives, the way he did the lawsuit with the producer, Lil Rod. Like, it was just crazy to me, and things that I never really thought about in place of how he uses his power. Like, it's just insane to me. So, Charlamagne, I really feel like you need to see it.
I'm gonna watch it, but I mean, remember, I used to work with Wendy Williams, so I know.
He knows most of the stories.
lived it.
I've heard a lot of these stories.
Hello, who's this?
Yo, it's NBA J calling out of Columbus, Ohio. What's good, Breakfast Club?
Peace,
What's up, man?
NBA
Talk to
J.
us.
Morning.
Yeah, so about the Diddy doc, I just feel like the Diddy slander just needs to stop. Like, we know what he's been up to since the 90s. We know what it takes to be in the entertainment business, and it's just all part of the game. So.
No, it's not. I want y'all to stop saying that. No, it's not. It don't take that kind of behavior to be in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
That is not part of the game.
No.
And I will say that the sad thing about it is a lot of people feel that way, but that's not. You shouldn't have to suck no D and.
Tell on yourself.
Hey, Envy, why you start
damn.
blushing?
I wasn't even
Oh
there
my
with it.
God.
Tell on yourself, kid. You right, Envy. I'm giving you a hope.
Yes, come on. Don't be running from it. Envy is really running from the D right now. He is running from Charlamagne right now.
I just want to give you a
Why
hope.
you running,
'cause you're
Envy?
right.
Why
You
you
should have
running?
not had- You should not have had to do that, Envy.
805,
Oh my God.
All he
I
had to
am
do was
so
sit on the
hurt
lap,
for
and
you.
you had to.
Logan, we got to talk to your
my
dad,
God, this
Logan.
man is the Breakfast Club
Finally,
morning.
finally a
Look how
breakthrough.
red you are.
Finally a breakthrough. You should not have had to suck no
I didn't
D.
do none of that.
That
But
was
I'm saying,
crazy.
women in it, you know what? It's
That
the
was
Breakfast Club
crazy,
morning.
yo.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, just hilarious. Charlamagne the guy. We are the
It's
Breakfast.
funny. I used to listen to this radio station when I was like 10 years old, quite a lot. Power 106, and I didn't even know who they were. I just liked them, and it's interesting to see them like 30 years later.
Club. I was saying before I got interrupted that in the industry, you shouldn't have to go through the things that a lot of these people did to be successful or to be an artist. Like, that is not right. People say, oh, that's what people had to do. No, that's not. That doesn't make it right.
And everybody wasn't doing those things.
No,
yes, you got a few bad apples, but don't let a few bad apples spoil the bunch.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, those people are just, by the way, those people, you know, that we're talking about, all the people we've seen get caught up in these situations, they would have been sociopaths in whatever industry they would have worked in.
Correct.
You know what I mean? It wouldn't just have been because of hip-hop culture
right,
or
right.
Hollywood. They'd have been sociopaths working at the Apple stand,
Anywhere there are. Yeah.
putting their fingers in the apples.
Jesus Christ. Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's going on?
What's your name, bro?
My name Mooney. I'm from Hampton, man.
Hampton 757. Talk to us about the doc. You seen the doc? What were your thoughts, bro?
Yeah, 757 in the building, man. First things first, DJ MB, I got a bone to pick with you too, man. I got a bone to pick with you. But nah, Diddy, I think he went wrong. Yeah, I mean, we in 2025, everything is recorded on camera. But what I think Diddy went wrong at is giving the people, right, too much, right? Putting too much on camera, right? So Diddy being a high level figure like he is, you know, you would think that he would like limit some of the stuff he put on camera, right? But I think I just think he gave him too much, right? Putting too much on camera to give him the ammo to come out with the documentary. And then 50, right? 50, he's not gonna let up on Diddy, right? We know the backstory, you know, about when the Biggie situation took place, and then 50 essentially went to Diddy, and Diddy decided him to deal because Diddy didn't want to rock with the gangster rappers no more, right? So 50 been having, you know, a vendetta against him and then the baby mama and stuff and all that, right? So, yeah, I think, you know, Diddy just gave him too much ammo. Diddy gave him too much ammo, man.
Yeah, you cannot offend the wrong person. But I'm telling you, from them clips that I saw, man, all I see is a person driven by ego. And when you're driven by ego that much, you don't have an ability to understand or care about the feelings of others. Like, there's no reason for him to be recording any of that stuff he was recording.
He thought he was recording the biggest comeback story ever. Like, I really think he thought he was going to overcome this, and he was going to have all the footage of him figuring it out. But
not some of the stuff that he was saying. Like, you don't record that. And, you know, documentaries are always funny to me, right? And the reason I say that is you actually using other people's content without clearing it, which is crazy.
Well, Netflix is saying that they did everything the way that they needed to do. Like, they're pushing back on it. They're saying it wasn't illegal.
But even if it was, you still recorded it, dummy.
Yeah, you recorded.
You still had somebody following you around with a cameraman while you was doing that type of stuff. I don't care if it was illegal. Why would you record that?
I'm with you. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's your name, mama?
Hey, good morning. My name is Jada G, calling from Hempstead.
Jada G.
What's your thoughts,
G.
Jada G. What's up, Charlamagne?
Peace, Jada G.
Well, first of all, and hi, Jazz, and hi, Lauren.
Hey, good morning.
Very excited to... Good morning. So, I want to talk about the documentary because I watched all 4 episodes last night, and I feel like one, it was definitely weaved together very well.
It was.
50 gave us some receipts that we had never saw. I think that anyone, even if they were straddling a fence about what Diddy did or did he do it, or if they feel like it was fair, what you really got was a very rare and complex look at the man and how he was dismissive and he really didn't value anyone in his life. Even if you watch it, to me, it's going to sound harsh, even his children, making them come up with all of these defenses and put out all of these posts because he was just narcissistic. And I think that a lot of people got to see behind the veil. Now, that was the part about Diddy. But I want to know on the flip side about 50. So now since he is, you know, the savior of abuse and particularly women in the industry, is he going to make a chronicle on Dr. Dre and the Chronic and how he was abusing women in the industry too? Because if it's good for the goose, it got to be good for the gander. You feel me?
But I just think he just EP and
but that is
project.
That is the danger of EP in a doc like this because people are going to have those questions just like that young lady had. You know what I mean? That's why I said you can't hold. That's why I don't like when people say you're holding up a mirror to hip hop culture because he's not. He's, you know, actually telling us a story about one individual.
Right.
Because in order to hold up a mirror to hip hop culture, then you got to hold up a mirror to yourself and your team.
Hello, who's this?
Yo, what up? It's Low. Yo, what up?
Hello?
Oh, yo, what up? It's Low. Yo, what's good?
Talk to us. What's up, bro?
Yo, listen, man, watching that documentary as a film geek and everything from Mount Vernon. It was shot beautifully and everything, right? But like I said, Diddy just got this whole selfishness, and it's all about getting the girl, man. Like, if you look at it, everything is about trying to woo a girl and this and this and that. And it sucks that, like I said, he's from Mount Vernon, and people from Mount Vernon is trying to get in the industry. I don't want everybody thinking that, yo, that's how we be thinking. You understand? Like, my fault, I'm on the bus right now. I'm in Mount Vernon right now as you speak. So, like, it sucks that his legacy is going to be tarnished if all of that stuff was true. Like, you understand? Like, it really sucks.
Yeah. I will say this, though. If you see the documentary, the thing that's so impressive is some of the footage that they have is just like, we've never seen it. Like, they have footage of not just Biggie. They have footage of the truck that Biggie's in before he dies taking off. And it says never been seen footage. Like,
really? I feel like I've seen that a million times.
You might have seen him in the truck. Not it pulling off, because even in the video, in the documentary, they say this has never seen footage before. They have footage of the actual where Diddy is doing the basketball game and the tramp and where the people die. They have footage of the basketball game inside. Like, it's done very well. And they actually did their homework, because it's a lot of footage that you be like, damn, how they get this?
I feel like we've seen a lot of that before, but we just never seen it put together in a documentary like this.
Maybe too.
You know what I mean, we've definitely seen that stuff before. Like, I remember when they had the press conference and Diddy had his jacket over his head the whole time. You remember that when he had the press conference after the basketball game? I remember seeing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, they break down a lot. It's a great documentary. It shows a lot. And if you get a chance, definitely check it out.
Everybody recording everything except for the nut on the nipples. Okay.
That's all you wanted to see, huh?
You would watch it too?
No, I would not.
Chill out, nutty professor. This nigga just so gay, yo. Like, stop talking about the nut on the nips.
What if when Diddy come out, that's his alias when he produced now? Because he can't be called Diddy or nothing else than the nutty professor. Like, yo, this fire. Who is this nutty professor? Oh, it's AI.
All right. We got the latest with Lauren coming up. What we talking about?
Yeah, we are going to get into Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg has some things to get off his chest. He went to Instagram and did that, and
you know
pretty
who else
upset.
had some things to get off their chest?
Who?
The man who got nut on his nipple. and Diddy had to rub it on his.
Oh my God.
You should do a documentary called Nut on Nipples.
I want to.
See, look at him.
That's the doc we want to see. Who got that footage? Since he recording every goddamn thing.
Footage? Oh my gosh, this is the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Every day I wake up, wake your ass up. The Breakfast Club.
Y'all finished or y'all done?
Eminem is too real for Diddy. What? Why Eminem never feared Diddy? Like, 22 minutes of deleted scenes 50 Cent couldn't show in Diddy Doc. Netflix banned them. War Chronicles 6 days ago. Oh my God. Let's do Ciro's TV, yeah.
So, I just got done watching that Diddy docu-series. Yes, I play for Netflix. Yes, you can judge me right now. I know they just bought Warner Brothers and are going to increase their price by $1,000. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If you have any reservations about Diddy, if you are on the fence, if you think he's not guilty, if you think that people are just trying to tear down a black man, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I am probably one of the most pro-black people you are ever going to see in your entire lives. I'm one of the people that love judging people on a very neutral scale. I am a human first and everything else second. I like to make sure that people get the just due diligence. I like to make sure people don't get led astray. That is my important duty on this earth. I watched this documentary and I was watching him in that hotel room. In the beginning, he starts off in a hotel room and he says, we got to figure out how to lie to these people. He's literally asking his lawyer, how do we lie to these people? That's what he says. He's pacing. He's pacing as if he is a general of his station, watching his maps caught fire, not knowing where the enemy is going to strike. He's stressed. You can see the stress. This is a man who spent a lifetime building a universe where he was the sun, the gravity, the author, and the critic. A universe of smoke, strobes, sample loops. And I think to myself, the only thought that's going through my head when I'm seeing this footage, the only thought is, how did 50 Cent get this footage? How did 50 acquire that? What did he do? Did he bribe them? Did he? Nope.
Did he bribe them?
It's much funnier than you think. You see, throughout the entire documentary, Diddy is famous for not paying anybody around him. As a matter of fact, if you look and read the actual Bad Boy contract,
yeah, like there was the thing about how he basically, okay, so I watched the second episode tonight. My mother fell asleep, but I did the whole thing, and it was very, very interesting. And in the second episode, they make this allegation that got me a lot of closure, which was that they had this guy from the Crips proffer, which means like, you know, like they give information so that the feds will give them a lesser sentence than something else, so that the feds can have peace of mind. And the feds wanted peace of mind about Tupac's death because there was a lot of pressure on them to figure out what happened to Tupac. So and also Biggie. And so, you know, and the feds were under a lot of pressure. The public wanted to know, and they were getting it from the inside and from the voter base, and you know, people wanted to know. And so they wheel out these Crips from LA, and they're like, on the East Coast, Puff Daddy had a connection to the East Side Crips or something like that, I forget, through some guy named Zip. And then he decided that Tupac needed to die. Or, well, more like Suge Knight. He decided that Suge Knight needed to die. And if you recall, Suge Knight was in the car with Tupac when Tupac died, and Suge Knight was shot in the head. Now, we hear the sworn testimony of, like, it's for the documentary, but I mean, it's sworn testimony basically from the Crips who were there that night, and then they provide information that was in the video about killing Biggie. And they were like, yeah, we hit Biggie. And that was how Biggie happened. Sean Puffy Combs fucking put $1 million hit on fucking Biggie. That's why this is so funny. This is why Sirius is talking about something kind of funny. It's crazy, but even on the assassinations that P. Diddy pulled on both Biggie and Tupac, he welched, is what they call this. I don't know if that's racist or something, I don't know, but he welched on the deal, which means that, like, he only provided like $500,000, but he paid them $1 million. He was like, here's $1 million. I want you to kill Suge Knight and Tupac. And he told this to a room. You know, the guy, the trigger man, he was like, yeah, we were in a room with 40 Crips and like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and, or I'm sorry, not Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, what am I thinking of? They were in the room with 40 Crips, and they're in, I'm sorry, it was P. Diddy and like a couple of other people, I guess. And he told like 40 Crips that he wanted, Biggie and fucking, Suge Knight and Tupac dead, which was just fucking crazy. Or was it? I guess it was actually the hit on Christopher Wallace. That's Biggie. I think he used the Crips to hit Biggie, but and he had already shot Tupac, and Tupac like knew this, and I mean, he set him up. I don't think he pulled the trigger, but he was there the night the first time Tupac got shot, and they talked about all of this, and I forgot about all of it. And I mean, it's all public knowledge, this stuff, but I didn't know how deep it went. Like, I really liked Tupac, and it sucked. And you know, I forgot something about Tupac too, is Tupac was a rapist, and he was a convicted rapist. I completely fucking forgot that about Tupac. And honestly, I'm going to take Tupac's lesson, which is it's time for us to make a change. You know, time for us to make some changes. Let's change the way we eat. Let's change the way we live. Let's change the way we like treat each other. You see, the old way wasn't working. It's on us to do what we got to do to survive. And I like that, but also one of the things I want to do is I have the personal power. I have the personal power to cancel an artist, even one that I love so much as Tupac, for being a rapist, and I'm going to. In my own personal life, I'm going to completely cancel Tupac. I think I'm going to completely cancel Snoop Doggy Dogg. I don't think I'm ever going to listen to Snoop Doggy Dogg ever again because he was convicted of murder. And Tupac was convicted of rape. And I realized that a bunch of my rap idols that I thought were just sort of bad dudes just because they're like, you know, ex-gangbangers and stuff like that. No, a ton of them are also like rapists and murderers and stuff. And, you know, I didn't know that about them when I thought I was just buying an album. I didn't know that about them. I didn't know I was supporting a rapist when I bought Tupac albums. I didn't know I was supporting a murderer when I bought fucking Snoop Dogg albums. And I bought a bunch of them. I bought probably 4 Tupac albums and five Snoop Dogg albums or something. And that was posthumously. I think that money goes to Afeni Shakur because she was the surviving member of his estate. Or maybe he had a wife. I don't remember who was Tupac's. Who inherited Tupac's fortune? Was it Afeni? I don't know. I don't like. It's not like I know these people. It's just like I know what happened to them because I really liked Tupac. You know, I feel bad for Tupac even though he is a rapist. He was too forward and too fast, I think, in a hotel room with a girl. And I forgot about that. I fucking forgot about that. You know, I heard about that when I was I read a book about Tupac when I was I don't know, 17 or something. And I used to make a point of sitting at the bus stop and rolling joints or blunts on my Tupac book. And I made friends doing this, you know? And, you know, I roll a blunt while I would listen to Tupac and I would read the book about Tupac and stuff. And that's what I did in I believe it was my senior year. Yeah, when I was, went to G-Dubs. And, now did we skip back here? Is that what happened here? You skipped me back? No, you just had me on a new page. Okay. You know, and, but I remember reading in the book that he had been convicted of rape and that they busted him down a ton because fucking Suge Knight came in and waved the money around. That was in the documentary in episode 2 as well. Suge Knight comes in and waves the magic money wand and he pays $1 million. And we all dream about this as criminals. Some crazy benefactor just comes in from nowhere. They do it on television shows all the time for some reason. Like it's a common fucking occurrence. Probably because of Tupac's story, frankly. But I mean, Tupac raped a girl. Suge Knight showed up, decided that he wanted to bust Tupac out of his East Coast contract and just take him on as a West Coast, you know, death row family, and they wanted new artists and stuff. And so he showed up and he dropped a cool mill pretty much instantly and bailed Tupac out of what would have normally have been like a 5 or 10 year rape trial or what? I don't know. Maybe those are faster actually. Probably only like a year, but I'm talking about the years as in he probably would have done like a 5 and as it was, I believe Tupac did do like a 2 or 3 year bid on that rape charge. He was a convicted rapist. He talked about, I don't know. It's just, you know, it was obvious that Tupac had a problem. A lot of these people, these cult of personality people, they're like rapists, murderers, and they brag about it in their fucking. I don't think Tupac ever bragged about that. But he did do stuff like, you know, I fucked your wife. He did say stuff like, I fucked your wife. And I thought that song was because they just had bad blood and over a record deal or something like that. And they had a falling out and now they were having like a gangster's tiff and they were going to shoot each other. That's honestly what I thought it was. I thought Biggie and Tupac were just like destined to kill each other, basically. At least that's how the media kind of portrayed it to us. 5 or 10 years later, they started saying that Tupac was murdered. I mean, we all knew he was murdered, but I mean, like, he was like, but he was full. Like later on, they started saying like several things. They started saying that Tupac wasn't dead. That happened a lot, and then he started showing up in weird hologram stuff. They were like trying to show, that he could do new stuff and weird stuff like that. Weird things like the fucking whatever it was, the halftime show or something. He showed up in hologram at the fucking halftime show, which is just freakish. He's a dead celebrity. It was a fucking freak show. I forgot, but there's this surreal moment in episode 2 of the Netflix documentary about fucking Sean Combs, where they're like, there's this crazy, it's like Hollywood. It's like watching Hollywood, like something out of a Hollywood movie. Is so over the top. But I forgot this, but when I was like, I don't know, fucking 14 or something like that, all that shit with Biggie went down. I forgot this, but Sting from the band The Police, he showed up for like an MTV funeral for Biggie. And I forgot about this, and it's DMCA, so I can't show you, but it is on the documentary and stuff. But there's fucking Puffy Combs, the guy and this is a scene they show you right after you begin to realize that he had put a hit out on Biggie. And tricked, like, I don't know, 500 people or more like 500 million people or whatever. He tricked like 500 million people into believing that he was the victim and the lost best friend and didn't have his friend anymore or anything like that. But I mean, right before they showed the scene with him saying, "I'll be watching you," and there's Sting singing a Police song, and I forgot that Puffy did this, but Puffy stole like a Police song to commemorate Biggie. And it was on the radio for a while, and it was a really cheesy, schlocky, terrible song, kind of. I really didn't like it. I frankly didn't. It ruined that Police song for me forever. I can't listen to that Police song because I remember the P. Diddy version of it, and I'm like, oh god, this was before Sting knew who P. Diddy was. He probably just took like a high number figure. P. Diddy probably called him up on the phone. He was like, yo, can I pay you like $1 million to show up and sing for an MTV funeral for Biggie? And he's like, oh yeah, I love Biggie, sure, yeah, because Sting's probably actually knows who Biggie is. He probably knew who Tupac was too. He probably liked their music, honestly. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll show up and sing for poor Biggie. Absolutely. I saw his mother on TV and shit. I'm sure Sting didn't know shit about this. Sting's just trying to do a good solid for an industry mogul or something. And I'm sure he probably called him, offered him like $1 million or something. He's like, oh yeah, I'll take $1 million to sing for Biggie. Sure. What do you want to do? And he's like, well, I think Biggie's always watching over us, so can we do watching you? And Sting's like, how much? And he's like, I don't know, $1 million. And Sting's like, sure, okay. And so then they go and they cut the song and they repurpose fucking, like, it was so cheesy, it was so bad. And I forgot about this, but the documentary really brings it back to like really, current memory. But like, god, that was a terrible time. It was a terrible time after we lost both Tupac and Biggie, and everybody was sad, and there were people crying in the crowd and stuff. And then out rolls fucking stupid ass P. Diddy, and he's crying, and he's doing this like Michael Jackson jig spin to the death of fucking Christopher Wallace, right? And they're doing this dummy funeral for Christopher Wallace on MTV, and they're doing a music video at the same time, and they're having Police Sting from the Police sing I'll be watching you or whatever, that Police song, right? And like, god damn it was so bad, because we just got done learning that like the fucking Crips were paid $1 million by fucking Sean Puffy Combs to go waste fucking both Tupac and Biggie, which was fucking crazy. And the next scene is him dancing at the MTV commemoration song for fucking Biggie. And it's like, Jesus Christ, it's not only did he fucking trick everybody around him, but he also tricked the entire fucking world. And he had to do that funeral thing probably to pull it off, honestly. I think the whole world kind of knew. Anybody in the scene, like 50, knew. Anybody in the scene knew what happened, and I guess like everybody knew what happened to Tupac and Biggie. I didn't know, but everybody in the scene knew what happened to Tupac and Biggie and just didn't say anything. because it's like player hating or whatever. I don't know. Or snitching. Snitching is not popular in the rap culture. You know, maybe it's snitching. I don't know. Everybody knew apparently that he just wasted like Biggie, and I guess I never watched any of those crazy like lunatic fringe documentaries about Tupac or Biggie, because I was like, I mean, they're dead. I don't need to but I don't need to theorize what happened. They're dead. They're dead. It's just gonna make me sad. I want to bring them back, but I can't. So what? I mean, what else can I do other than bump their albums? What else can I do? I can bump their fucking albums. That's it. And I don't even like Biggie. I don't like Biggie. The only big song Biggie ever did. There's 2 songs that I like. It's Going Back to Cali, and because that's like a song that Tupac wrote. And then what's the other one? Juicy. Juicy's really good, and I'm fairly sure he didn't write that one either. I think that's Stevie Wonder or something like that. One of the reasons that song, the only reason that song's so good is I'm fairly sure it's like a Stevie Wonder cut or something. I don't know who cut that song originally, but this is from a 70s culture that I wasn't alive during. But whoever cut that song that made eventually Biggie famous with Juicy, I love that song Juicy, and Juicy is like about making it big and understanding you're never gonna have to worry again. I had my Juicy moment this year, which was like, the day after my stepfather passed. I was like, oh, wow. When my mother told me that he had left us like 4 acres and, a house and 2 trucks and, and stuff, I was like, oh. And she was like, between, the disability and the fact that you can live on this land, we're never really going to have to worry ever again. We're never going to have money to buy anything, but that's okay. What else is new? That was the conversation we had too, like that day after. It was like, well, that's how we've lived for 20 years or whatever. What's new now? It's fine. So yeah, but I had this crazy moment. I went home and I was like, oh my God, I'm hood rich. I was just informed that I'm going to inherit like 4 acres of land and, in Western Washington in the Cascades, and that I would be a landowner and a homeowner and shit. And I had my Juicy moment. I think I did bump Juicy. I came home and I bumped Juicy. I was like, it's like when Biggie finally caught his record deal or whatever. It's like that. It was a moment like that. I came home and I put Juicy on repeat. I was like dancing around the house because it's not like I have anything, but it was also like, well, they finally like gave me something or accepted me, or at least like brought me to the table and acted like I was a human being finally. And I got some recognition or whatever from my stepfather, who I've only known for about 10 years, which was crazy. And I will inherit and steward his land. And I made that promise at his fucking funeral. There was 100 people there, and I was like, I swear to my father. I didn't need to say it. My mother didn't like that I said it, but I was like, I swear on my father's grave, my stepfather's grave, and across my heart, hope to die, I'm going to steward and take care of my stepfather's land and his cats and his family and his wife, and I'm just going to take care of all of it. I promise, right here in front of God and everybody else. That's what everybody wanted to hear, so that's what I told them. And I mean, that's being real. I mean, that's real man shit. Real man shit is not popping a gat on the fucking corner over crack or whatever, or some record deal gone wrong, so you pay $500,000 or whatever. It's just fucking crazy. It's just like, show up for your family. It's not that hard. And but I came home and I bumped Juicy because I was like, I know what this is like. It's like when rappers finally get their record deal and they don't have to sell crack in the ghetto anymore, because that's what it was like for me. I was like, I mean, if it wasn't for disability, like the $9,000 a year for disability and my food stamps, I would be dead. And I really feel this way. I love my fellow Americans for taking care of me when I can't take care of myself, and I'm doing my best to try and just combat that and be better at taking care of myself. But I don't have any family really, and I don't really have any friends left, and I don't really have like anything. I do have things I'm going to inherit from my stepfather or my mother, but those are all things that they went and got. I wasn't really ever dealt with by humans. Nobody ever cut me in or brought me into anything. I tried to build things like a band and drug deal, a drug empire, and all this other stuff. And at every single juncture, the government stepped in and shut down my business, or whatever it was. Whenever I got right where I was supposed to be, I finally reached $3,000 on on a re-up or whatever, and I was like, oh my God, I'm making that fucking big G money they talk about in the movies and shit. I'm making like 3-5 grand, something like that after the before the re-up. I was like, oh my God, I'm like actually doing really well. And the government comes in and shuts down Craigslist, and boom, my business was gone overnight because I had no way to contact my customers without essentially becoming that stereotypical drug dealer that slings bags on the corner. I was never that. I was the guy who showed up in an expensive car because I was an Uber driver, and I fucking and I slung you meth, and I looked like success in the fact that I just wasn't going to jail and I wasn't stupid. And when I showed up, I was in an Uber car, and I would get out and I would make them wait for me while I would do my drug deal right the fuck in front of them. I was famous for that. I'd pull up in an Uber car. They'd be like, I love you because you don't take risks, do you? The buyers, right? The buyers love me because they're like, I love you. You're the safest drug dealer I've ever dealt with. And I'm like, yep, I know, huh? Because they're like, you don't take risks, do you? And I'm like, nope. I just don't risk you. I don't risk me. And trust me, I fucking hate pigs. I have more reason to hate pigs than anybody else. Pigs have done stuff like rape my friend and leave her to die in a dumpster and shit like this. I was like, I hate the fucking pigs. You understand? I hate the pigs. Hate them worse than most people do. And it's like I would die before I would ever speak to a fucking pig. Now, this wasn't true when it comes to rape. I tried to anyway. I tried to turn state evidence on a rapist because I wanted him out of my community. I tried to use it to get out of a minor drug beef. It was busted. It was a possession charge for less than a gram of meth and less than a gram of heroin. But it was a 10-year mandatory minimum sentencing probation charge violation. And, over like my ex-girlfriend's drugs. So I just tried to trade a man's fucking like freedom for my future. And I think that's the sort of play you make when you're a fucking crazy drug dealer, kingpin guy like I was trying to be. I didn't make it, but I tried to be. I got on my way to doing it. And and I welt and dealt. I was like, I don't like this guy. I want him out of the community. I've met the girls that he's raped, and I want him out of here. And they were like, fuck you. He's not in our jurisdiction. Get the fuck out of our car. You wasted our time. You can't waste any more. It's against the law. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of my car now. Have fun with your charge. That's what he said, verbatim. I'm fairly sure I'm delivering it verbatim. I'll never forget it. He was like, have fun with your charge. Get the fuck out of my car now. I was like, really? You just had me sign a 300-page document. What? They're like, rip. And they're like, get the fuck out of my car. And I was like, charge? And they're like, yeah, charge. Fuck you. Get out of my car. Have fun with your charge. That's what he said. It was just crazy. And I was like, wow. And so not only did I like narc out, I didn't get anything for it. And on top of it, they didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit if he was a rapist or not. They couldn't do anything because jurisdiction. So they didn't. It was outside their jurisdiction. They weren't going to go wheel and deal with that jurisdiction. They weren't going to waste any more time with me because it was a minor charge. And they just, they were like, no, we're not wasting any more time on this. We have other more important people, and just left. They just left. I don't really blame them. Couple of asshole detectives from fucking right downtown, District fucking 2 or whatever it is downtown. Fucking shitheads. Anyways. I don't like telling that story, right? But it's an example. It's an example of the stuff that I don't have to do anymore because because my stepfather looked out for me, and I'm not an ingrate, is what I said to him before he died. I made a point of saying to him before he died, I was like, I don't know how much longer he's going to last. I'm going to tell him something. I mean it too. I am not an ingrate. I really love what you've done for me. I said it to him a couple times. I was like, I took him aside and I was like, I am not an ingrate, Jerry. I'm not an ingrate. I know it seems like it because I'm just busy all day and I'm angry and I don't really pay attention to anything and I'm just not totally here. But like, I am not an ingrate, and I want to thank you for everything that that you made possible for me, and I would be dead without you. I told that to him several times. I'm very glad I did because I would be dealing with a lot of terrible like shame and guilt right now if I didn't. But I did. I told him a couple of times, and in the last 10 years, I was like, I'd be dead without you. I don't know how else to say it, but it gets emotional when I talk about it. But thank you for saving my life, and thank you for making what's possible. I didn't know how else to say it. And so, yeah, and that happened this year. So then I got home and I bumped Juicy like fucking Biggie because I was like, I don't ever have to sling crack again. I don't ever have to sling fucking like methamphetamine again. I don't have to be a drug dealer on the streets. I'm never gonna know the cold Okay, the worst night of my life, I was stuck in a fucking parking garage. You would think that it would be like when they broke my ribs and tossed me around in the paddy wagon, and that was pretty bad. It was one of the worst nights. That was one of the worst nights of my life, too. There was when I learned I had a deep vein thrombosis. That was the worst pain of my life, because it was like this knife stabbing pain in my left thigh. And I had to like walk to the fucking hospital because I couldn't afford a fucking cab, and I couldn't, and I didn't have proof that I was actually having like an attack. I just had a stabbing pain in my left thigh, and I didn't think calling 911 was maybe the most wise thing. I thought they were going to hit me with a bad bill. So I just like made my way to the hospital with a deep vein thrombosis in my left thigh, which was so fucking annoying. In the middle of the winter, that sucked. That was one of the other really bad nights. And there was another really bad night over on South Pearl. I came home after some months somewhere else. I don't even know what I was doing. I don't remember. I think I was chasing my ex-girlfriend downtown because she had just disappeared again. That's my junkie ex-girlfriend, fucking stripper, complete wreck of a human being. I love her to death, but she's got issues, etc. I don't ever want to see her again. And, we had a good relationship, but, and I love that girl, but I don't ever want to see her again. She is a B word in a lot of the sense of the word. Like, for instance, she fried her brain on heroin, so she has no idea how mean she is. She has no idea. No concept of it. Like Trump, but like way worse. Like, she has no idea how really, really mean she is. She has no concept of it. Her sister will chide her all the time and stuff. Like, you are saying the meanest things I've ever heard a human being say. But because she's this cute little brunette, it just passes. Nobody says anything. But after a while, you begin to realize, like, yeah, you are saying such nasty things. You gotta, like, anyway, she was kind of a B word in some ways. And so I was probably downtown chasing my ex probably for like 3 weeks, I think. And I came back to the burnt restaurant, a broken man. I was like, I'm going back to the restaurant to contemplate suicide. I can't find M. I'm freezing to death. It's the cold, hard winter of, like, I don't know. It was like, what to say, 2017 or 18? I don't remember. It's like 18. It's all heroin blur there for a couple of years. I don't remember when it was. But it was like, probably 2019, something like that, I think. And I just went home, a wrecked man. And I had a new girlfriend, which was good. I had met Cloud Candy, and we weren't together yet, but I had kissed her, and it was like, I think I may have found the love of my life or whatever. It was just kind of crazy. And then it didn't turn out that way, but at the time, for many years, I labored under that false assumption, and things were good. So one of the things about being in love is it might not be requited, but it's still good for you. It's actually, it can be very good to be in love. It just is, I'm still in love. It's fine. It's good for me. It's not a bad thing. I don't think I'm ever going to see her again, but I can still love her. That's totally fine until you find someone else. But I met Cloud Candy, so it wasn't that bad for me, but it was bad. I was with a girlfriend who wasn't abusive, but she wasn't a good girlfriend at all, and was bad for my drug habit. And then, and I had a new girl I was chasing, and then, and it was just nuts. And I was like this big time drug dealer suddenly. And and it just came fast, and all of a sudden girls were offering to let me move into their apartments and stuff, and it was just crazy. It was just, there was weird stuff going on. And I had even then I still never had like this juicy moment where I was like, I've made it. I still didn't feel it, and it didn't happen. All of that crumbled, all of it. The business, the taxi company, the Uber company, all of it. All the stuff I built, all the girlfriends, I lost them. I chased her, but she disappeared one day, and I never did find her ever again. I found her again, and then we were together for another like 3 days, and then she shot up goddamn Hep C and HIV right in front of me. And then the next time I saw her, she absolutely was very sick with AIDS. And I was just like, I don't know. I at that point, if she's sick with AIDS, I think I can say it's probably been a bad relationship, not because she got sick, but because, she did this to herself. Usually if you love somebody, they won't kill themselves in front of you. She did that to me. So I was just like, I got to get away from this. I finally got my closure when I met Cloud, but it took a long fucking time. It took 7 years, I think. And I wrecked myself in the meantime on heroin and meth, and it was just a bad time. It was a bad fucking time. So, and I was homeless on the streets, and it was just nuts. And I was like this homeless drug dealer sometimes, and a homeless fucking like shifty drug addict other times, and just it's just weird. And I came home that day after the day after my stepfather passed, because it was like a blur for about 18 hours while everything happened. It was just crazy. It all played out, and I watched like a family decide whether they wanted to do an autopsy or not, and stuff like that. And I watched like whether they should engage some more doctors or not spend the money, and I had to watch that happen. And like on his deathbed, like in the fucking hospice, I watched them, like all of his surviving family members and wife, kind of suss out his entire life and who gets what. It was fucking crazy. And then the next day I came home and I bumped Juicy because I was like just exhausted, and I was drunk, and I was crying because I lost my stepfather, and I was like, I put on Juicy. I was like, well, the one thing I can do is not be like I promised him I wouldn't be an ingrate. So I sat there that day and I partied hard, which I'm sure he wouldn't really appreciate, but I also, like, it was in his name, and I told him, I was like, and I'll tell him now if he's watching over me or whatever, I don't believe in such things. I believe in reincarnation, but I don't really believe in like ghosts watching over you. But if he is, I tell him again, thank you for everything that you've made possible, because I had that Juicy moment where I was like, I'm never ever gonna have to work again. It's insane when it happens. It's not like I'm gonna have to work again, it's like I'm never going to have to suffer again, unless they come and make me suffer, unless they go out of their way, come here and they say like, we're taking away everything and we're here to hurt you or whatever, because you're a liberal or something like that. But beyond that, I'm gonna be okay. Do I deserve it? No. I have survivor's guilt. I have buried dead friends and lived through things that other people didn't live through, and I just I have survivor's guilt. It sucks. I when my stepfather left his inheritance to my mother, it very much restored my faith in humanity, because I didn't ever expect anything from anybody ever again. And it was like kind of a Juicy moment. And I think that's kind of what's wrong with the rap scene. I think they all have their Juicy moment when they leave the hood and they signed their first record deal for like 60 grand or something like that, and they buy like a sports car and an apartment, I think. But what it really is never having to worry ever again, or your family. And I never thought I was ever going to reach that moment in my life, Like the worst night of my life, at least in terms of like how I felt the suffering was, is I came home after like 3 weeks of hunting for my junkie ex-girlfriend who was like just running around downtown doing heroin. And I was like soul broken. And as I walked down Pearl, I'll never forget it. It was like 3:45 in the morning, because I travel at night when I'm, on the streets and doing drugs. I just travel at night. I don't want people seeing me. I don't want people seeing that I'm strung out. I don't like people witnessing me go in and out of places. I don't want them knowing that I'm in there for, 35 hours just doing methamphetamine or something by myself. I don't prefer that, I don't prefer that they know stuff like that. So I'm a very private person, and I travel at night. No, I'm not a bad person. I just always had a drug habit usually, and or hiding a drug habit really, and so I got used to doing stuff like that. And I come walking down Pearl Street to the burnt out restaurant, and at that time I was doing a little bit better. I had like $3,000 in my pocket, and I was doing a little bit better because something had happened that I can't talk about, but something had happened. And I was doing a little bit better, right? But I didn't have the money to spend. It was all money that had to go back to repay a debt that was, that was needed to be paid to somebody that I loved. And I was going to do right by them, and I did. I did do right by them, and I'm very proud of what I did and how much money I paid, and I said I was going to do it, and I did. I made the amends I was supposed to make, and I had trespassed against a friend and wronged them very badly. I've talked about it on stream before. But what we didn't really talk about is the reality of handing over. It was $1,600 the first day, and then the second day it was another $800, and then another $800. like the third day, and then another 800 the fourth day. Now that was all 3,200 of it, and that was what I said I would do, and I did what I said I would do, which was out of the blue, and they expected nothing. Now, and I came back out of the blue, and I was like, no, I wronged you like a year ago, and I'm here to financially fix that. I stole $600 from you, and it's the worst thing I've ever done. I'm here to tell you I'm very, very sorry, and then I'm going to leave this mortal coil soon because of what I did to you. Here's the most money I could get together in the last year in one place at one time. You can have $3,200. I used to be able to do this in a single day. This time around, it took me 6 months. They shut down my business. The government shut down Craigslist, and I can't make any more money. I'll never be a drug dealer or a hustler or even really a gig worker ever again. Even really, they just kind of shut down Craigslist and all intents and purposes, and all my friends were working on Backpage or on Craigslist as drug dealers or hookers or strippers, and they all lost their jobs too. It was fucking terrible. All my friends were wrecked overnight, and all of us descended into drug addiction. It was fucking terrible. I knew something like 15 people like me, and they were all bombed and out in a single day. It was so fucking terrible. I watched all of them descend into a terrible methamphetamine addiction, and I was one of them. It was just terrible. I was like, God damn it, the government shut down my job. We were doing so fucking good. We were gonna dig ourselves, all of our friends, and all of our family out of fucking debt, doing something that people wanted us to do, selling them dope, and they wanted us to do it very much. We got the constant pressure all day. Fucking sell dope. Like, you can get $50, $30 grams. You can get $30 grams, then get me $30 grams. Get me 4 of them. And you're like, what? You want to blow $100 right now? I mean, that's a lot of money to somebody like me living on the streets. And they're like, yeah, get me 4 grams right now, and I'll give you $50. And you're like, what? And, I mean, it's not always like that, but I mean, when they're desperate. They will do shit like that. I've seen them do. And so eventually you're just like, well, if I just actually just went to my guy in the basement and just started connecting them, I can make a lot of money. And I started making a lot of money, and it just sort of blew up, and girls that I wouldn't have normally been with started trying to be with me, and it was just kind of crazy, and it was weird. It was an interesting time. Anyways, to finish the story, I come walking down. It's about 5 degrees below at 3:45 in the morning, and I'm walking down South Pearl to go to the burnt out restaurant that I hadn't been to in like 3 weeks. And I've been out on the streets downtown trying to find my ex-girlfriend, who just ran off to do heroin laced with HIV and fucking Hep C, and so I come home broken, and I'm like, I'm going to commit suicide now. I meant this. At that time, I really meant it. I was like, I'm leaving this place. It's just too dark and cold. It's 5 degrees below. I have $3,000. I can't spend it. It seems like some kind of joke from God. I'm freezing to death. It's 5 degrees below. I'm coming home to the burnt out restaurant. I get there, and there's nothing there but a fucking, like, a pile of dirt and a big crater. Nothing. Just a fence, a big crater, and dirt. And all my possessions for the last 7 years were just either thrown away or torched or whatever it is they do. I don't know what they do. But like fucking they like knocked the building down and condemned it. And all my stuff was in there for like 7 years or something. There was like a couple of bikes in there and all this like stuff that you keep in a squat. And there was like implements for cooking and all stuff in there for like living homelessly. And for some reason, nobody came back to that restaurant for like 5.5 years. And I took advantage of that. I absolutely did. And I found out about it and I used it. And it was something that really provided a great boon to me in a very, very dark time. So I come back, there's nothing but a crater there. And I call up Cloud, and we were like dating at that time. And I was like, I have this money I can't spend. I think my blood is about to freeze. I think is what I said to her. I was like, I think my blood's about to freeze and I may die. I told her this. I was like, and it sounds dramatic. I told her on the text message, I was like, it sounds dramatic. Like I'm just a meth addict who's, drawing alarms or something, but I'm very close to actually calling 911 because I believe I might die out here. And I was like, if I call 911, I don't know. I might not see you for a long time. I don't know what they want from me. I don't know what they want from me. And I found out later they wanted to put me in jail for a while, for buying a stolen moped, but I didn't know they had that beef So, so I didn't know that yet at that time. So I was like, I don't know what they want from me, but if I call 911 and they ask me who I am and I provide them with my name, that may end me up in jail. I don't know what they want me for. And so I told her, I was like, I'm sorry. I don't have the bravery to call 911 and put myself in the jail for 10 years for probation violation on a mandatory minimum sentence. I don't have the balls to spend the money because it's yours. I don't have the moral strength to ask for help. I'm not going to ask for help this time from anybody. I'm just saying goodbye to you, I think. And I was just like honest about it. I was like, I'm going to crawl into a pit now in the basement of this parking garage, and I'm going to freeze to death in the basement under the stairs. And I'm sorry. I'm just here to say goodbye to you. I don't have a way out of this one, I don't think. My pride's not going to let me. I've lost. I came home to the burnt out restaurant. It wasn't even there, It wasn't even there. And that was the stuff I was like texting to her while I was like shivering. It was like 5 degrees below. I know because I carried a thermometer. You need to know. And I carried a thermometer and it was 5 below. And I was like, this is bad. I'm probably going to die out here. It's fucking 3:15 in the fucking morning and it's 5 degrees below. And I have 3 winter jackets, a fucking pair of snow pants, 2 sets of jeans on, and 2 pairs of shoes. And I'm like cuddled up against this like thing of like wood that I'm burning, and I'm still freezing to fucking death, and I can see that my skin is blue, and I'm starting to feel numb, and I'm starting to like feel like I'm getting warm. And I've never felt that before. And so I texted her on this phone. I had full battery on my phone because I was at the coffee shop till like 11 p.m. or something like that. And then I was like, nope, I'm just stuck out here and there's nowhere to go. I have no place to go. I can't bug my best friend at 3:15 in the fucking morning. It's going to scare the shit out of his mother. It'll just scare the shit out of her. She'll never want me to ever come to the house ever again. I was like, I can't do anything. And she was like, no, well, we can't have you freezing to death outside. You're going to have to go get like a motel room or something, or you're going to die. And I was like, I can't spend that money. It's like $100. And she was like, no, you do need to spend the money. It's either the $100 or you die, or you're being dramatic. And I was like, I'm not being dramatic. I think I'm going to freeze to death out here. And she's like, well, I know you seem to have some blockage about spending $100 right now, but she was like, I can't help you. I don't have any money. I can't get you any place like close by. She was 16 miles away. She was like, I can't help you in any way or form right now. And I was like, I know, I don't know what to do. And she was like, you have to accept that you have money that you don't want to spend, but you need to spend it. And I was like, okay, please don't hate me. So then, it all worked out okay. I gave her the money, and it was $100 less, but as I sat in that motel room, I got an Airbnb, and I didn't have to spend the $100, and I can't say why, but I didn't have to spend the $100, which was the first catch, the first break I caught in like 5 days or something. The burnt out restaurant was gone. I couldn't find my ex-girlfriend. I thought she was dead. I thought, it was just bad. It was freezing. It was like fucking January 10th or something like that, and it was fucking freezing. And, and I just like, I had to make this, well, she made the executive decision. She was like, we have been talking about this for like an hour while you slowly fucking freeze to death, and I can sense the panic in you. You are dying. She's like, you are dying, aren't you? You're going to die, aren't you? She got scared. And she was like, at this point, I'm going to call 911, and I'm just going to narc you out and send them to find you. You're going to die out there. And I was like, no, I'll just buy the fucking motel room and accept that I made another fuck up on top of all the other fuck ups. And I did. I bought the Airbnb at like 3:05 in the morning, and it took me another 45 minutes of surfing Airbnb while I was freezing to death to find a place that would let me enter, that I didn't meet anybody, because I was like this kingpin with like, the cops after me, for things, and I didn't even know yet, and all this that I've dealt with, since then, and I paid all my debts to society. I'm not a bad man, but I didn't know what they wanted, and I was like basically a fugitive in my eyes. So I was just like very scared to even show up or leave a name on anything or anything like that, or I thought I might spend 10 years in jail. I was like so close to freezing to death that night. When I came home the day after my stepfather died, I put on Juicy, and I thought about I was under some like stone staircase in the basement of this parking garage that was across the burnt out restaurant, because I came to the burnt out restaurant assuming that I would be able to get inside and get warm with like, you know, a heating pad and electric blanket. But no, I just arrived to nothing but a crater in the ground, and it was like 3:05 in the morning and I was fucking freezing. I remember 3:05 because I was like, I'm gonna have to remember how long I've been out here. So I was like, it's 3:05 in the morning. When I discovered the restaurant, I was like, oh my God, it's 3:05 in the morning. I'm going to need to track what time it was to understand how long I've been out here, which was like a terrifying thought. I was like, oh no, I may actually freeze to death. I've got no place to go. I can't, I'd have to like sneak into my best friend's house and catch a fucking trespassing charge if I don't want to lose my longest friendship. You know, I'd have to sneak into his house to avoid him detecting me. And I don't think I can do that. He's too much of a ninja. So it's just like, I know I can't sneak into my best friend's house. It's just not the right time to do that. They will never speak to me again. I can't spend the money. This is the most important money I've ever had, because it's like getting me out of the worst like moral quandary I've ever had, which is that I robbed my best friend and I promised I would pay, and then I did. I paid it. I paid 4 times what I took, or more. I think I paid 5 actually, or yeah, like 5. I told her, I was like, I'm never doing anything like this to anybody else ever again. I'm not breaking the law ever again. I'm not stealing from anybody ever again. I told her, I was like, this is it. This is, I'm done. I'm not breaking the law ever again. I'm so sorry I did this to you. And she was like, well, you at least like told me and fixed it. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, people make mistakes and you're either supposed to do what you did, or just live with it, live with what you did to somebody and torture yourself for the rest of your life. But you like apologized to me, told you what you did, and paid the money and made amends and got right with yourself and me and everybody else. And you got closure, and it was bad for me what you did, but it was better what you did for me later. So it was like, it was a wash for me. And I was like, okay, good. And she forgave me, which was something that I needed to still continue to stay alive, I needed that, Grace. I needed somebody to forgive me for all the fuck-ups and everything that I did. Even my mother, I've done so much stupid shit. It's so stupid. So it's like, I've never harmed my mother, but it's like, but I have like definitely pushed her away from me and at times when I really shouldn't have done that. And, I disassociate from people. When I feel like I've lost control of my life being productive or good, I just immediately disassociate from anybody I know. I just get away from them. I'm like, oh, it's coming on again. I'm falling down to the streets and I have a drug addiction and I'm going to do it. I'm not going to stop. I don't care what they say or whatever. Just going to get away from everybody. Then they all know I do that. They all know. I just disappear. I'm gone. I'm gonzo. I used to call myself gonzo, as in, I used to laugh about it. Like, I'm gonzo. I was say, what? I'm gonzo. And what I really meant was Gonezo as well, which is like, I'm gonzo as in I'm not in your life because I've disappeared because I'm high again or whatever. And it's so dumb because I felt shame. I felt shame the whole entire time. My whole life, I felt shame that I was a drug addict. That's stupid. And it really shouldn't have been there. I don't give a flying fuck if somebody gets high. I think it was the whole thing was twisted and fucked up. I went to hell and back for no fucking reason whatsoever, just based off drug shame. Fucking stupid. Yeah. And I did some nasty things when I was a drug addict, but but not anything that like Diddy or whatever. Not anything that God wouldn't forgive me for or whatever. It's weird. It's like that. But I noticed a lot of people treated me like it was like I was like the worst thing that ever happened to them or something, and it's not. I've never harmed anybody. So it's like, I have serious problems with stealing from somebody unless there's some kind of real verifiable reason to do that, like a real gain or some real verifiable reason to do it. And that's why I jacked my friend. I had a real verifiable reason why I wanted to do that. They accepted it too. I was like, I had a reason why I did what I did. I explained it to them. I don't want to get into it because it's personal, but I was like, yeah, I tried to play God. I tried to play God in your life. I didn't like that. I didn't like the people that she was hanging around. So I was like, I don't like these people, and I know you're just going to continue to sink deeper and deeper in with these nasty people. They're a lot like P. Diddy. I was like, I don't know. I don't think you should sink in with these particular people. They're actually really, really fucking bad. And she wouldn't listen. She was like just hanging around him, trying to be cool, trying to get that money, trying to be like in the scene and just sort of be like fast, live life fast and stuff. And eventually I was just like, the only way that I'm going to get you away from these people, it's like a cult now, basically. She was like in this place that had essentially just like turned her into like a non-entity. She was not, her feelings were not considered at all. She had been basically like devalued to nothing, and I was the only the only person in her life that was treating her with respect at all. Like the only person. And so, you know, I was like, well, let's end this. The only way she'll ever fucking stop doing this is if I just take the money that they give her. I knew what it was. I'm bad. I'm not bad at people. I'm a bad person, sort of, but not really. But I'm not bad at people. I knew what was going to get her to stop, so I did it. And then I put that money in a fucking envelope in a car, and then the cops fucking towed the car in a motel, and they stole the money. So that I had to come up with $3,200 on the motherfucking streets in the middle of the winter when I was homeless. And I did it too. I did that shit. I got it. I found a way. I used all my connections. I called a bunch of people. I figured out a little bit of a hustle. I kept pushing. I figured out what I could do, what I couldn't do. I worked on it for like 8 months, and I showed up with $3,200. And I told her as I handed it to her, I was like, you would not believe what I had to do to get this. And it used to be I could do this in a single day. This took me 8 months to get this $3,200. It was insane. And it wasn't like I handed it to her all at once either. I was scared to do it. I had to like kind of talk myself into handing her the money too. Took like 5 days. I was like, here's the first payment, which is $800. I promise you, I'm going to pay $800 tomorrow. But we have to keep it below 1,000. We're moving so much money around so fast on Venmo that it draws Fed attention. I was really scared of it, actually. I was like, we are moving this kind of money so quick, and the only people that move this kind of money so quick are drug dealers. So I was like, we're really tripping these alarms with how fast we're moving these larger like sums of money and stuff. So I just pulled the $3,200 from Venmo over like a 5-day period and shit. And I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm never breaking the law ever the fuck again. Here's your $3,200. I'm not ever being a drug dealer again. She liked hearing it. I was like, I'm not ever breaking the fucking law again. I'm done with all this stupid shit. None of it's worth any of it. None of it was worth any of it. She was like, it's good to hear that out of you. I was like, yeah. And I told that to my mother and my friends, and I meant it. I'm done with that life now. It's been like 7.5, 8 years, something. I have no idea. I don't keep track, and I don't want to. Some junkies do. I don't keep track of the days. I don't want to count the days that I've been clean, because then I know I'll immediately be thinking about like the spoon or whatever. You know, like to me, it's now when I think of spoon, I think of a glass piece, but junkies think of the needle. But when I think of a spoon, we used to call them dicks or spoons or you know, the meth pipe, right? And so to me, it's like, you know, I'd be back sucking on that glass stick real quick, you know? I don't like it, but I mean, it is like sucking a glass stick. Being a meth head is like sucking on a glass stick like 14 hours a day or something like that, or more, 24 hours a day. You're just there like smoking on that fucking glass stick for 24 hours a day. It's a lot like gooning. Gooning goes along well with it. It's a lot like gooning. They're kind of the same process. It's kind of like sucking on that glass stick all day long. I got so fucking tired of it. I was like, I'm done with meth. I'm done with loose women. I'm done with gambling. I'm done with like breaking the law. I don't want to be an outlaw. I'm never breaking the law again. I'll fucking die. I will shoot somebody before they would have to force me at gunpoint before I will jaywalk even. I'm like, I'm not ever breaking the law again. And that's not because I'm suddenly want to be considered a good person. It's because I don't ever want to see the system ever again. I am scared. I have real fear when it comes to the system. They have tried to destroy me before. My friends know I have a real fear about the system. I really do. They try to destroy me many times. 8, 9 times they try to fuck me. They try to torture me. I don't want to ever be in that system again. I would die first. I'll do anything, right? Anything. So in the way that the 50 Cent talks about get rich or die trying, for me, it was more like I'm staying away from the system or die trying. You know, I had a totally different story. My thing was the system fucked me in the fucking ass, you know, and it's not fun. And I got burnt and it wasn't okay. And I can talk freely about wanting to blow up their fucking courthouses and shit because, not freely, and I shouldn't talk freely about that, but because I have that kind of anger and it is justifiable. That anger is justifiable. They came and tried to kill me several fucking times for no fucking reason, and I had to pay lawyers and all types of shit to get those motherfuckers off me. My mother says I do it to myself. I didn't make the drug war, you know. I didn't tell them to bust me. You know, I didn't fuck around with them. I used Ubers the last 10 years. I didn't even fuck around with DUIs or anything like that. I did the one time I did, I caught a 10-year charge. I had to convince the judge not to fuck me up shit creek for 10 years, and COVID was the only reason why they didn't do it. They were like, nah, you promised us you wouldn't violate probation. He said that to me on the phone, and I was like, oh God, you're gonna fuck me up shit creek, aren't you? I think I said it on the phone. I was like, you're gonna fuck me, aren't you? And he was like, no, it's COVID. And we took 2.5 years to get to your case. And he was like, what's that been like? And I was like, it's like a fucking guillotine over my head. I just talked about it to my mother last night. And he was like, yeah, that's not really cool. That's not too cool to face 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing charge held over your head for 2.5 fucking years when all you really did was have possession of 1 gram of 1 gram of meth and 1 gram of black tar heroin. And he was like, that's not really cool. I just want to give you a year of unsupervised probation if you promise me never to break the law again. And I was like, oh, good, you're going to give me a second chance? And he was like, no, I'm resetting your probation. Have a nice day, sir. And I was like, God damn it. And then I did 4 more years of probation. 4 more. He was fast about it. He was like, yep, nope, I'm giving you all that probation again. Right at the end of the 4 years, it had been 7. It had been 3 before and then 4 before of weekly drug tests and weekly fucking phone calls and fucking probation meetings and fucking douchebag probation officers that don't know me and shit like this and just, etc. And then, yeah, finally, right at the end of it, he's like, no, you're doing 4 more years of probation. And at the end, I'll do the last year unsupervised, but the first 3 are supervised. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, but you got to do interstate compact if you want to leave the state and all this, which we did have to do. I was like, oh, you're not going to let me move? And he's like, yeah, you can't move. And I was like, really? He was like, yeah, you got to stay here. And I was like, oh, really? And I did. I stayed there. My mother was like, get out of that fucking state. The girl has killed you and left you to die on the streets. Like, not Cloud, but the other one. And like M left me to die on the fucking streets. She just left me there, it's like not left me there, but she just like disappeared like I wasn't even there. And just crazy. Like I have abandonment issues over it. I have abandonment issues over that and my father and all this. And sure enough, yeah, she just disappeared like my father did one day, went for a pack of cigarettes and never came back. It was fucking crazy. I was like, am I that bad? I guess, is it me? But no, then the next time I hear from them, they're dead. Like, no, the next time I heard from my father, he was dead. It was crazy. They disappear and then they die. It's weird. They like give up on life or something. I don't know. She told me a bunch of times, she was like, I feel guilty how bad I've like dragged you down here. And I was like, yeah, I did this to myself. I asked her, I was like, what drug are you on? I just asked her full blown. I was like, what drug are you on? And she's like, well, I like to smoke black. And I was like, what's that? And she was like, you don't know what it is? And I was like, no. And she was like, black tar heroin. And I was like, oh. And she was like, yeah, I like to smoke black. I don't use needles. I'm a stripper. And they see my body naked all the time. So I don't use needles. I just smoke black on tinfoils. She's like, you've never done that before? And I was like, no. And she was like, everybody I know has smoked foils like 20 years ago. And she was like, my boyfriend, Tim, he introduced me to her. And I was like, wait, Tim? Do you mean Tim blah, blah? And she's like, wait, yeah. What do you mean? You know Tim? And I was like, yeah, I know Tim, yeah. And it turns out she was the most beautiful girl I had ever fucking met before. I remember her too. She came in, she was Tim's girlfriend, and oh my fucking God, every dude around her was like, I need to kill him to take her from him. It was just insane. It was that bad. It was that crazy. When she was young, she was so beautiful. She was fucking crazy hot. Like really just like, I can't look at her hot. And I was like, I remember you. And she was like, wait, I think I remember you too. You were my boyfriend's dad's partner. That's what she said, and I'll never forget it. She was like, you were my boyfriend's dad's partner, weren't you? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, you used to deal drugs with Tim blah blah, didn't you? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, I remember you. And I was like, I remember you too. And she was like, I was the Juggalette girl. And I was like, yeah, I remember. You were like the hottest girl in Colorado. And she was like, yeah, that's me. She's like, I have a production company, and it was successful for a while there, but then I got into heroin. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, I had a really, really successful production company under ICP, Insane Clown Posse. And she's like, I'm the hottest. She's like, she tells me this story, and I don't believe her, but it is true. Like, I've seen the videos and stuff of her winning, and so she's like, I win the Juggalette contest at the fucking gathering every year. And she's like, I've won it twice. And she's like, I win all the time. And I go to the gathering every year, and I have a production company that's based around selling like pictures of me at the gathering. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, I'm the most beautiful Juggalette in the world. They tell me all the time. And she was like proud, and she was honest, and she was right. She was like the most beautiful Juggalette in the world, maybe. I don't know, but close to it. She was. And like, I don't know, there's probably a lot of hot Juggalettes. It's a hard competition, but I don't know if you guys have seen the gathering competitions where the Juggalettes get together. They pour Faygo on their titties, and they all wear white shirts. And then they stand up there and they jiggle for the whole fucking crowd. And it's like 10, 20,000 people or something like that. And they're all up there, and whoever the hottest girl is gets dubbed like the hottest girl at the gathering, which is like in the Juggalette world, that's like, you've been crowned Queen Trump or something. It's insane. It's like I don't know, it would be equivalent of like being graduating up the cartel to the rank of Pablo Escobar. Essentially, it was a power game that when I understood it, when she showed me all the videos involved with it and all the people that care about it and all this, I was like, oh my god, so you're like a supermodel Juggalette? And she's like, yeah, that's about right. And I was like, wow, okay. Are you single? She's like, yeah. And I was like, you want to mingle? And she was like, well, yeah, but you got to know I'm a Christian and I don't believe in having sex before marriage. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah. And she was dead serious about that too. She would nod off at night and she would have conversations with God. Very real conversations with God, at least in her own mind. I don't know. Whatever. I get scared sometimes that they were real, but she would get off and start speaking in tongues on heroin and shit. And you could tell she was like talking to God about the promise she had made about being married first and stuff like this. But she was this hottest stripper in Denver, though, and that's not very conductive to remaining a virgin. And so she had her issues with God for the couple of times she fucked her boyfriend. And she's like, I'm going to hell because I slept with my boyfriend before I got married to him. And she's like, I'm going to marry him one day. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, are you serious? You understand I'm trying to date you, right? Why are you telling me this? And she's like, I'm going to marry him one day. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, in the meantime, you and I can date, but I'll probably never sleep with you. She said that to me a bunch of times. And she's like, another reason I won't sleep with you is I'm high on heroin all the time. And I don't have a sex drive when I'm high. And she would tell me, she was like, I would love to fuck right now. She's like, I get horny all the time, but my sex drive is zero. The idea of sex while I'm on heroin, and I knew too, I understood it when I was on heroin too. She was like, here, smoke this and you'll understand. And I did, I understood. It's like, you don't want to have sex when you're on heroin. It's just not something that, when you're an addict and you have the monkey on your back, you don't want to have sex. It's weird. You think about it, but you don't want it. It would kind of be like raping somebody. It's weird. It's not something that you normally do. So, and it was just fucked up. And I like telling these stories, but they're also like an example of how dark it was before I got my juicy moments. I can remember all the dark things. I can remember having to give over $3,200 that took me 8 months to save up. And I acted like I did it fast because I was trying to impress her. But I mean, but getting that $3,200 was not easy. I had to connect like 15 or 20 people. I had to figure out a hustle. I had to convince the guy to do it. I had to figure out, not the guy, but I had to figure out a source. And then I had to figure out if the source would actually provide what I was looking for. I had to figure out other ways to do it. And then I also had to run all of the money laundering and the problem just to get $3,000. And it was hard. It took 8 months. But then I showed up and I paid my debt. I was like, no, God damn it, this time in my life is over with. I never want to violate the law again. I never want to do any of this again. I'm done. This was the hardest thing I ever did. Getting $3,000 when I wasn't a drug dealer, didn't have that way to do it or whatever. It was so fucking hard. It was so hard. It really was. It was like on the streets when you're struggling and it's winter and it's mostly winter for the last 5 months and and it's just weird and it's a cold hard time and you don't have help and you're just alone. I don't know how I did it, but it was like a miracle. I got $3,200 together. I handed it over, and I was like, I want to sleep without thinking I fucked you over. I told her right to her face. I was like, I want you to forgive me so I can go to bed sleeping thinking that you don't hate me. And she was like, I don't hate you. I forgive you. And I was like, okay, thank God. Thank God. And I did. I slept like a baby. I did not sleep well till I got that from her. I do have a conscience, a very strong one, and I don't usually fuck people over. I don't. And I told her, I was like, I was trying to control you. I figured the only way I could get you out of that situation. She was like, you did actually get me out of that situation. It wasn't fun. She was like, it wasn't fun, but she was like, what you did get me out of that situation. And I was like, yep.
Came out. All she asked him for was $5,000 because she was trying to get money for lawyers so that she could get her child.
And so then, like, you know, I came home and I put on, I don't like Biggie, right? I actually don't like Biggie. And I've been thinking about that a lot as I watched this fucking, as I watched this documentary about P. Diddy. I really just never was a Biggie fan. I know every fucking word the man ever said. I've heard every album probably 50, 100 times or something. But something about Biggie, maybe he was fat or something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's fat shaming. I don't know what it is. It's something. But I didn't like Biggie's style. I've never been able to do Biggie. And now this was heartbreaking for some of my friends who were like, oh my God, you have like the best rap taste I've ever experienced in a white man. But they're like, why don't you like Biggie? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, you know, my favorite MC is Biggie. That's what they all say. They're like, you know, Biggie's my favorite MC. I'm like, yeah, they did a good Bone Thugs song. I'll bring up the Bone Thugs song and I'll be like, yeah, that song they did with Bone Thugs was good. You know, that song he did with Bone Thugs is genuinely fucking a banger. It's really fucking good. It's like genuinely good. But also, I don't like what Biggie spits in that song. Straight up, we know angel dust or whatever. That's a terrible line. That line fucked me up when I was a kid. I was like, what do you mean angel dust? You guys doing angel dust in the record studio or what? You know, it was weird. And I'm sure him and P. Diddy were doing angel dust up in the goddamn fucking record studio like Sherming or whatever. It's insane. So... yeah, so like, you know, I've never liked Biggie and I didn't know why. And now I think I kind of do. I think he was P. Diddy's best friend. You hear on the documentary all the time, he was like, Biggie was the only guy I ever trusted. The only guy I ever figured wouldn't stab me in the back. He was the only guy I ever told all my secrets to or whatever. And I'm fairly sure Biggie was up there like doing all that stuff that P. Diddy was doing. I'm fairly fucking sure of it now. And I'm starting to realize that my judge of character in the music that I listen to and the television that I watch and the movies and stuff is pretty good. If there's something there that just isn't something I can get down with, it ends up being indicative of something much, much larger later on. And it's weird. I had this with Ren and Stimpy. All my life I was like, I fucking love Ren and Stimpy. It's such a good show. It breaks all the molds. It shows such weird shit that no other television show will show you. But then later on I got these terrible misgivings. Like, why do I like this show? It isn't actually that good of a show. Usually it's just him and the cat doing disgusting bodily functions for like 20 minutes. That's what Ren and Stimpy actually is. It's like usually it's Ren being combed through Snippy's fur or something, and there's all this like shit and detritus that you're looking at, and there's all these weird bodily fluids, and you're like, what is that? What are we looking at? And as a kid, you're like, what is this? What are we doing? And it's really weird. Turns out that guy was a terrible pederast. Just, you know, Kim K or whatever, Tim K or something, I forget his name, you know, Kim K or something, I forget his fucking name. But yeah, the Ren and Stimpy guy was a terrible fucking pederast. And like each year that went by that I got more and more mature and more adult, I liked Ren and Stimpy less and less and less and less. And now I full blown hate Ren and Stimpy. And it's because I can't really get down with that creator. He was really disgusting and weird to kids, you know?
Dial back. And Diddy said,
I'm starting to cancel. Like, I don't want to fall to liberal cancel culture, but I'm starting to cancel stuff. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to listen to Biggie, Snoop Dogg, Tupac, or even Dr. Dre, I think, ever again. These rappers that I idolize, I did not know about the skeletons in their fucking closets, and now I feel like I'm going to end up canceling all of Hollywood, all of music, all of my heroes, which the last advice that I gave to Cloud Candy, and I meant it too, I was like, don't be a cliche. Don't be a cliche, you know? And it's really fucking cliche for a liberal to cancel these fucking artists every single time one of them's a rapist or whatever. I think I'm supposed to just ignore it and enjoy the artwork, or it's like, or you have some other higher mental problem or something. But for me, I am having a great deal of difficulty ever listening to Michael Jackson ever again. I'm never going to be able to listen to Snoop Dogg ever again because, yeah, as a child, I used to think it was cool that he had a murder charge. Now I'm like, murder was the case is you bragging about you killing somebody, and that's not just not liberal. That's just not liberal. Used to be not Christian, but now I'm going to say it like it's not liberal. It's just not liberal to venerate Snoop Dogg as he goes on MTV, and they showed this on this fucking documentary about P. Diddy today. Snoop Dogg going on MTV, the MTV Awards, and doing Murder Was the Case when I was like 10 years old. You know who's watching MTV. And I forgot about how actually evil that is. Tupac was a rapist, and that is evil, and I don't ever want to hear Tupac ever the fuck again. I'm never going to voluntarily ever put Tupac on ever the fuck again. And let God judge them. He wrote a song called Only God Can Judge Me, and I think that is about the fact that he's a rapist. I didn't draw the fucking conclusion. Something about my fucking brainwashed mind was just totally whitewashing that these fucking pederasts are running free with billions of dollars, just corrupting children and doing nasty ass shit. And I'm going to cancel them in my life. I don't care what happens to them in Hollywood or on TMZ. I don't care. But in my own personal life, I'm not supporting these artists ever again. Now, this is what they're afraid of. Like, they're afraid that I'm never going to put on Snoop Doggy Dogg on Pandora ever the fuck again. And it is like that. I'm not going to buy the Snoop Dogg product ever the fuck again. I forgot all about that murder charge. I forgot all about Tupac's rape charge. I forgot all those times that they shot at each other and all this stupid ass shit and all their fucking East-West gangster bullshit. And I'm sorry, but it's like, we liked the music, and I liked how punk it felt because it was like, but I feel like I'm going to cancel rap now in my own life because there was a lot of bullshit about women. There was a lot of bullshit about gun murder. There was a lot of bullshit about taking other people's shit and doing nasty, grimy shit and all that other shit. Not all of it was like that. My favorite one, I can tell you right now, wasn't like that. Gangstar, Guru from Gangstar, he just was not like that. He wasn't like that. He was there to motivate, multiply, and elevate, or else we die. He just wasn't like that. Guru was not like that. He had a gun. He caught a gun charge too, like right off of Moment of Truth, the greatest Gangstar album. Premier comes on track 8, my favorite rap track of all time, and Premier comes on. He's like, Guru got knocked, and the other guy's like, what? And he's like, yeah, Guru got knocked. They said it's something about a gun. And I'll never forget that line. I was like, wait, Guru from Gangstar caught a fucking gun charge and spent time in federal prison? And then, yeah, the answer is yes, yep. And I'm sorry, but I have done some nasty things in my fucking life. I've venerated some nasty people. I think it's time for that to stop. I did it all my life. I thought these people were cool. I'm scared it sounds like racism, but I'm talking about gangsters. I don't think gangsters are cool. I never thought spies were cool because they steal secrets and get people killed. I just struggle watching a spy movie. I don't think I want to do gangster rap anymore. And now that I think about it, I really start to struggle with Yellow Wolf and Ritz sort of completely taking over rap. And that's what they did for me. Between Yellow Wolf, Hobson, and Ritz, I don't need other fucking rappers. Well, and of course, Tech9. And that's what plays on my Yellow Wolf channel. And Yellow Wolf is my favorite MC. And honestly, I think it's kind of weird that white boys reappropriated that culture now. I don't think rap was ever white culture. I don't think it ever was supposed to be. I think it was bad when the white kids kind of adopted it, and I was one of them. And I think it led me to places like jail. And I'm not saying that it has anything to do with race or anything like that. I think it has to do with it venerates breaking the fucking law. It does. It's do illegal drugs, sell illegal sex, Go fast in cars, show off, get to the club drunk, DUI, smoking weed, driving on the highway, smoking weed. There's so many songs about smoking weed on the highway. It's not even funny. There's probably 100,000 songs about smoking weed on the highway. I know, because one of my favorite rap songs of all time is called Bounce by Ritz and fucking Mike Posner. And that's just a song about smoking blunts on the fucking highway. No, that's okay. I don't actually fear like stoned drivers that much at all. But it's a lot better than drinking. But it's still a culture that breaks the law, driving around stoned. And I venerated that culture for a long time. I thought that was what was cool at the time. That's what I did. It got me in constant trouble all the fucking time. I got profiled more than black people did, I think. A white person trying to act like an outlaw is not easy to pull off. They're like, why are you acting like what other people normally do? It's weird. They do, and they target you. They're like, oh, there's a white kid trying to act like he's black gangster or something like that. We're going to profile you. And they do. They pull you over, and they're like, why do you look like a gangster? You're white. You know, they'll sometimes they'll even ask you that. They'll be like, why do you look like a gangster, G? Why do you talk like a gangster, G? Or whatever. You're fucking white. I've gotten that like 50 times in my life. They're like, why the fuck do you talk like you're from fucking South Central? You're a white boy from Denver. I've got that so many times. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, West Denver is not a joke.
Do that right now.
West Denver's not a joke. You can pull the videos. West Denver is not a fucking joke. It's not. Certain places like around East and West Colfax, you can't walk around at night without getting fucking robbed at gunpoint. I know, because it happened to me.
She called him asking. He always put it on
set me off a Craigslist meet. Set me up and then try to rob me on a fucking sidewalk and shit. I was like, no, all I brought was a pack of cigarettes because I'm not fucking stupid. I didn't say it like that, but I was like, no, why would I bring anything more than $5 to this? I might get robbed in the middle of the night on fucking, fucking East Colfax. Why would I bring more than $5 to East Colfax, man? He had a gun in my fucking face. And I was like, why would I bring more than $5 to East Colfax at night, man? That's what I said to him. I was just like, I wouldn't bring more than $5 to East Colfax at night. I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I said to him. He was like, you have money. And I was like, no, God's honest truth. And on my father's grave, you can shoot me if you need to or whatever it is. But sir, I do not have any money. I don't bring fucking money at 3:30 in the morning to East Colfax. I'm not fucking stupid. I didn't say it like that, but it was the feeling. I was like, I'm not stupid. I don't go to East Colfax at 3:30 in the morning with more than $5 and I expect to lose the $5. I'm not fucking stupid. And I did lose I didn't lose the $5 because he let me run. But I mean, the $5 was in the form of a pack of cigarettes. That was it. I had a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. I didn't bring shit all. I did bring dope because I always bring dope. But I mean, they don't ever find that because I keep it in my sock or my toe or some shit or whatever. They're not gonna find that. He'd have to frisk me, fucking try and fuck me or whatever to try to find that sack. He's not finding it, So, and the cops aren't either. So, whatever. Like when I walk in West Denver at night, I'm not putting dope anywhere somebody can find it, but I'm gonna have dope. I don't go anywhere without dope. You know what I'm saying? So, for real. I mean, I do now. When I took my vow of never breaking the law again, now I can't leave the house with dope. I don't have any. It's just beyond marijuana or whatever. It's just weird. It's like but I had a strict adhered to a strict policy of I don't leave the house without dope. I actually really did have that policy for years and years and years. I'm like, I don't leave the house without dope, or I'm going to be fiending. So I don't leave the house without dope. Then you're fiending out there in the real world where they're like, why are you sweating up like a junkie and leaning over and shit like that? They're like, why are you all sweaty and leaning over and stuff, right? And they're like, what's wrong with you? Are you high or whatever? You start getting questions that you don't want. So yeah, whenever I leave the house for like 13 years, I brought dope with me because you don't want to be sick out there. That's like going to fucking hell without your dope.
Back burner, and he called her saying, "This is
like, and the demons will rob you. They absolutely will, and you need dope for that.
Big favor. I need.
I don't believe I've ever had dope taken from me either. By the way, I don't think no. Oh, I've had cops fucking repossess or whatever you call that. I've had cops use dope as evidence in a court case that they apprehended from me, but I've never had somebody successfully steal dope from me. I don't think. I've left dope places. I've left an ounce of dope in the back of a fucking Uber car. I've done shit like that. But I've never had somebody actually take dope from me. It's just something about it. I don't do stupid shit like bring dope to places where people can get it from me, because then I'll be sick. So, I don't put dope places people can find. Never have. I like girls, and I use them. And the first thing I do when I meet a new girl is I take them on down there to the fucking to the thrift shop, and I take them panties shopping, and I have them buy the panties with the little pockets on the panties because the cops won't look inside the panties where the pocket is, you know? They won't. So you can absolutely stuff some dope down there and probably get away with it.
Do this. Now, this is important. He is
I don't, you know, I like telling the stories, but it's just also like it's confession in some ways, and it's like coming home and playing Juicy and thinking like Biggie that day after my stepfather passed. I was like, oh my God, I'm never gonna freeze to death under that parking garage like I almost did that one time. It's not a risk anymore. You know, I have graduated to not fearing for the loss of my life and everything that I own and everything that I value anymore. But for like 17 years there, ever since they fucking sold my apartment out from under us, I have been feeling like I worked as a trapeze artist without a backup net in real life. So I don't leave the house without dope or I'll be sick out in public. I don't fuck around and bring $5 to the fucking ghetto expecting not to get robbed, and you will lose the $5, and you know, I haven't before, but it came close. And you know, and shit like that. And I don't crash at the stash, and I don't get high on my own supply, and I don't hang out with people who are rapists, and I don't do fucking, you know, and I don't do people telling me what to do ever. If somebody feels like they need to step in my businesses and tell me what to do, and even watching what song to listen to, or what music video to watch, or whatever, or what game to play, I'm like, nope, you don't know me, you don't know how fucking weird I am, how particular I am. The likelihood of what you like is it being something that I like is so fucking low that I'm insulted that you thought it was even a possibility, really, and stuff like that. And I do feel like that. So very seldom do I take other people's opinion about my own business. It's like something that I've been very private, like P. Diddy, sort of like that. I'm not like P. Diddy, but he was private about all of his business counsel, which I learned from the documentary. It's like he didn't tell anybody what he was doing at all.
Center of everything. He's everything. He's a disgusting, evil, and nasty, vitriolic, horrible person, and I don't hate people. I want to point this out. It is very hard for me to find the spirit and energy.
Yeah, I don't hate P. Diddy. I just don't want him in my community. I hate what he did. But honestly, what he did is between him and whatever his fucking creator. I don't care. You know, it's not my family's. It's not my victim. I'm not a victim by this. I didn't buy his albums. I don't know him. So I am very, very selfishly assured in the ability to say fuck you to P. Diddy because I just was never invested in the first fucking place, you know? I don't care. I don't care about hating him or not. I don't care enough about him to ever like him or hate him in the first place, you know?
To even consider hating a person, because I think actions are different from people.
The songs were literally bad. I really, really actively remember disliking that music. I was like, this music sucks. I turn off MTV when P. Diddy comes on the screen, you know?
People most of the time.
That was weird because I was like starving for rappers. You would think I would put up with anything, but no, I've always had a really high standard about that. An MC's got to have a fucking message and a swagger, and if they don't,
good person and have a few bad things you've done. I think most people...
You can have a lot of really good messages in really basic lyrics. You can squeeze really powerful stuff into basic ass lyrics that are on top 40 radio stations. You can actually really testify if you try. And so, you know, and I really felt that for a while they were like rap was kind of saving the world, you know?
Were able to
but then it got dry and all the money people took over and it got corrupt and now it's shit.
Changed. I truly do. I think everybody is worthy.
I don't think I ever want to listen to rap again. It's weird. Like as I watched the P. Diddy documentary, I'm like, this was basically a bougie money machine that was geared around turning gangsters that normally sell crack and shoot people into really rich people so they can misuse and mistreat women and or children. They push homophobic messages, and this is all the stuff my parents said about rap. But I was like, no, but like the message is harmless. It's about survival in the ghetto. That's not actually a harmless message, you know? gang. You know, I got a VCR in the back of my car that I ganked from the Compton swap meet, and they've been motherfuckers better not stop me. You know, and that's survival in the ghetto shit. That's like what you do when you have no money or whatever. You know, and that's Dr. Dre right off of so what's the Dr. Dre allegations? You know, I heard just now, like in this video, that there's Dr. Dre allegations. What are the Dr. Dre allegations? Because that's, you know, I always heard that he had a wife or whatever, but I don't know. They made that movie about him. I mean, it was pretty much about him. And like that, you know, and I like Straight Outta Compton. I thought it was really good. But it did feel whitewashy. When I watched it, I was like, this seems like a really whitewashed version of what gangster rap actually seems like in real life, which is doing a lot of drugs, dealing a lot of dope, and hanging out in the trap house, and then selling a platinum record and then moving to the hills and living in a limo and having like a cocaine habit and stuff. And it's just weird. Like none of that stuff, like anybody from the lower class can relate to really, but that's who made rap famous in the first place, was like the lower class. We went crazy for it. We were like, oh, I need rap. I need it like a drug, you know. We went cray, you know. I can't believe I'm typing allegations. It's crazy, but is there Dr. Dre is he guilty of murder? Probably not. But is he a dirty dealer? Yeah, I bet you. They all are.
Now, you had mentioned there was some abuse that kind of happened between you and Dre.
No. And before I knew it, he grabbed me by my hair, picked me up, and started slamming me into a brick wall. I was getting dragged on the floor, shot at. Yeah.
Shot at?
Yeah.
Dr. Dre is far worse than I thought.
If you cheat on somebody like this, you're gonna get like the gun treatment. He's gonna be blasting his gun at you fakely. These aren't people that you cheat on or do wrong or anything like that. They're producers. They have a reputation and a power struggle. And if you make them look bad to the other people in their predator game, they will destroy you. They will fire guns at you and make you feel fear. They will beat you into walls and stuff. I know, I ran into one recently, put his ass in jail. They don't have any filter. They're just going to, you know, if you wrong these people. Like my problem with my guy is I didn't do anything to him to cause what he did to me. I still have a problem with it. But I mean, if you cheat on somebody like Dr. Dre, yeah, you're probably gonna get gun blasted at it and shit like that, because it's like that makes him a fucking joke to anybody in the scene who knows him. It's not the same thing, and I don't have sympathy for it. I just understand it. I grew up an executive's son, and I know how these people are. They will not do embarrassment in any way or form. That's the fastest way to end a relationship with them, if you embarrass them in any way or fucking form at all. And so, yeah, if you're with Dr. Dre, if you're like the main girl, and you cheat on him, he'll probably beat the shit out of you, yeah.
He's been able to keep a low profile, but so many of his
He probably hates this part of his personality. But I mean, he's not a buster, you know. I'm not either. I've come so close to harming so many people, but I never do, because it's just like, well, I know it's going to be the assault charge, you know. I know it's going to be prison time or whatever. I just don't ever have the bravery. I'm like, I'd really like to clock this motherfucker that just punched me. But no, I'm just going to be that fucking pacifist that I told the world that I was, because I just don't believe in it. So, you know, I just don't understand laying your hands on a woman. I just don't understand that. But I understand the anger. You don't piss off CEO types like this. You don't embarrass them by cheating on them. You break up first. You just leave them. That's way less embarrassing. You'd be surprised. The CEO, he's gonna, and this is probably what they scream at you as they shoot at you with a gun, right? Is like, you could have just broke up with me, but no, you snuck around like a little rat. And this is the problem. Don't date crazy CEO types like Dr. Dre and expect nice people. This happened to Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood, and I'm not victim shaming. I'm just saying I think she thought it was going to be an okay time, but no, you went around like a sex dungeon god guy that's known for BDSM and famous in that scene. You expected something other than physical abuse? I'm not sure. It doesn't excuse it, but it's like the guy doesn't hide it. The guy's doing it on MTV. So what did you expect from him? We come to find he's extremely controlling and abusive. Yeah, I imagine it's Marilyn Manson. He probably is, yeah. He's a superstar, probably a perfectionist, and probably really hard to work with, yeah. And I bet Dr. Dre is too. I bet they all are kind of like that. And so the best way to just stay away from psychopaths who will fire a gun at you for cheating on them and shit like this, it's just not to get involved with them in the first place. But there's this problem with sycophantic culture all around these people, where it's like they're looking for somebody to catch their ticket with, and the person is looking for somebody to ride. Right, the person is looking for people to take advantage of. The people that come looking for that are looking to be taken advantage of. So there's often abuse, there's often rape, there's often fucking like violence, there's often jail charges, there's often jail time in these people's past. I don't have serious jail time in my past. It's one of the things that made me fairly, what's the word? Safe. It made me feel safe to become a streamer, because I was like, should I go from sort of high profile drug dealer directly to streamer? Is that a wise thing, And I realized that, yeah, if you let like 7 years pass by and you do your time and you paid your debt to society and you're a good boy now, you can tell your story and you can be contrite and you can be like, yeah, I'm sorry I did all that stuff and I got right with everybody and I did my time in a 2-year mental health facility and got better, So
and violent crimes have resurfaced. Now people are starting to see him for the monster he is. So let's get into it.
The eyelashes aren't a good look on you, but the hair is.
We're at a time where Diddy's downfall is upon us, so I feel like we're all taking a better look at other rappers. So I want to talk to you guys about Dr. Dre and some of his worst moments. Dr. Dre was born in February.
You have that chiseled jaw like you flew to South Korea and got jaw surgery, which is crazy.
1965. He began his career as a DJ in the 1980s and gained prominence as a founding member of NWA.
We know
who
who
Dr.
Dr. Dre
together,
is.
But Dr. Dre wasn't trying to hear any of that, which seems so immature on his end, and was attacked by Dr. Dre at a release party in Hollywood. According to rumors, Dr. Dre...
It's like these people, they go around gangsters not expecting to get pistol whipped, and it's not, I mean, that's all in the game too. It's like they warned you about these gangsters. Everybody warns you about gangsters, but then you go around them not expecting to get hurt. And it's like, I don't know, man. You're hanging out with gangster rappers. That's people that don't necessarily obey the law almost ever, ever. I didn't obey the law for a long time in anywhere form. I constantly would just smoke meth bowls right as I was driving and shit like that. I didn't care. I would just break the law constantly all day long, every day. After a while, I would get tired of it. Like I feel like if all of this were to catch up to me, it's like 8,500 felonies or something. But all it is just getting high,
brutally attacked this petite pundit because of 2 separate interviews that aired together in the same segment on her show with both Ice Cube and Dr. Dre. D. Barnes said it was the producer's idea to put the 2 beefing artist interviews together, but Dr. Dre wasn't trying to hear any of that, which seems so immature on his end.
So now we know the Dr. Dre story. He's abusive and he's like a psychopath who attacks people in public, essentially. But I mean, that's the gangster image. It's not okay. It fits with the image, frankly. I don't think I'm ever going to listen to a Dr. Dre album ever again. And that's particularly because there's a bunch of murderers around him. I don't know if he's a murderer himself, I don't think. But, you know, Eazy-E was always kind of bragging like that. And there's other people around them, and I just don't know. I don't know this crew. I will never know these crew, and I don't want to judge the crew. But I can make a judgment call about maybe I shouldn't have venerated these people. And the only reason I continue to venerate these people is because nobody told me this stuff. If I had known when I was a kid that these people were wife beaters and, you know, murderers and stuff, I never, ever would have bought their albums. I would have been like, no, that's like adopting their weird psychotic, you know, fucking brainwaves or whatever. I know. If I had known that, like, see, they talk about beating the shit out of people and shooting people all the fucking time. But I always thought that was swagger. I always thought they were lying about it. Like, if it was real, they would be serving time for it, you know? So I always assumed it was just lies. All that stuff they would talk about.
Diddy is the only person on this planet that is currently...
They tried to talk about how hard Eazy-E was living before he got his record deal with Dr. Dre and all them and NWA on that movie. And they depict this by the beginning of, you know, a scene straight out of Compton like 5 times or something. And they start the movie... they start the movie with like Eazy-E doing a drug deal in the ghetto, and I think either rival gang or cops come. I can't remember what it is. But something really scary happens, and he like busts a window and runs from the cops, and he gets away. And I've never had to run from the cops in a house on foot, but I've definitely done it in cars. And I began to realize that these people that they venerate in Hollywood movies aren't much harder than me, I don't think. I have some stories and some witnesses and people that know me. I don't have the witness anymore, but my friend Jan, he's dead now. He shot his father and then himself a second later. And I think about it all the time. But he took me on I don't know what you would call it. It would be like a dick measuring contest where he was like the first one to fold and puss out as a fucking pussy for the rest of time. That's what he said. He took me in this crappy Hyundai fucking Accent or some crappy ass car. It was a crappy ass car. It was a rundown piece of crap beater, and he took me in a rundown piece of crap beater, in through over by 6th and Downing, by Spear and Downing 6th area, which is a very, very busy, populated, fucking crazy neighborhood and shit. And he was like, whoever says to stop first is a fucking pussy for the rest of time and is never going to live it down with the crew. That's what he said. And I was like, I'm not a fucking pussy. What makes you think that? He's like, I think you're a pussy. And I'm like, what makes you think that, motherfucker? And he was like, you seem like a pussy. And I'm like, what makes you say that, Jan? Like, you know, like when have I ever led you? Is it all the high-speed chases I've been in with police, or the, you know, the ankle monitors, or the heavy drug use, or the, you know, the methamphetamine, or the, like the, you know, the car chase when I was 17 when they got me for my first felony, deferred adjudicated felony and all this. And it's like, yeah, I must be a pussy, huh? And he was like, yeah, you have to prove it. And I was like, okay. And all it really was a dick measuring contest. So then he took us on 5-mile fucking like joy ride through a 25-mile-an-hour neighborhood around 6th and Spear, through alleyways. He aggroed the cops fucking immediately. I'm talking like, it was like, I don't know, he went 2 blocks something at 100 miles an hour, and we heard the cherries. It was crazy. It was like that fast. It was like, you know, the neighbors called, the people who saw us called. He was running through stop signs, and you know, he was just crazy. He was going down to 35 at 100 miles an hour, and you could hear the engine, and it was scary, and it was a stick, and you could hear him revving and changing gears going 100, and you could tell that his mental state wasn't good, and he was like, you know, and it was just like, you know, and it was like, all right, I just challenged one of my best friends to a pussy contest or whatever, and it was like, whoever calls chicken first is the fucking pussy. And he took me on a fucking fucking incredibly abusive nightmare ride against my fucking will at 100. Well, not against my will, but it was like, I'm a pussy, huh? It was kind of like, okay, I'm a pussy if I, it was a challenge. It was like I never would have lived it down with my crew if I was like, stop this car, let me out now. I never would have lived it down. I wouldn't have. So I let his ass go. I'm not proud of this, but I let his ass go. He was fucking crazy. He's dead now. I can tell the fucking story, and it sucks. He can't back it up. I can't go force him in court to prove the story or whatever, but it's like, it is true. And so he ran me around that fucking neighborhood. He aggroed the cops fucking immediately, and he lost their asses too. It was fucking crazy. He aggroed the cops in the Spear and 6th neighborhood, and he ran them all over the fucking place in a fucking crazy fucking like drive, and I didn't say a fucking word. I just put the seatbelt on, sat there. He was on cocaine, I was on speed, and it's not like we got high together. We were hiding that from each other. I was hiding the fact that I was high on meth, and he was hiding the fact that he was on cocaine. I come to find out later because he offers me a line. But I mean, he's really high on cocaine, and I don't know this. And he's like, all right, I've always suspected you were a pussy. Let's see who breaks first, right? And he broke first, that fucking pussy. He fucking broke first. I'm not the fucking pussy. I'm harder than him, too. I'm harder than all these fucking people. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why. Something my father's blood or something. I don't know what it is. But so he broke first because, yeah, he had a fucking pig up his fucking ass in a fucking alley going a goddamn 105. And I'm not kidding. You can see it in my fucking eyes. I'm not kidding. This is what happened. And he turned a corner. He turned another corner. He ran another fucking alley. He fucking turned another corner. He lost fucking corners somehow. He lost the cops on the corners because he was willing to do 100 in an alley. I don't think the cops were. They were terrified somebody was going to step out in the alley probably. So they were like really against like going 100 in the alley, and they were like getting lost. They were like he lost them. And so then he turned 2 fucking corners. He fucking went around in an alley. He parked the car in somebody's fucking backyard, no permission, nothing. Just pulled in their fucking shit, screeched up. Fucking, he didn't have headlights on the whole fucking time, and it was the middle of the fucking night. It was fucking crazy. He screeched up. He went, and he was like, lie the seat down now. And I was like, okay. And I laid the fucking seat down, and we sat there for goddamn 5 fucking hours. I was so fucking mad I didn't say a fucking word to him. I didn't, You ever had a psycho be psycho? And that's not the first time this sort of shit has happened to me. I had another guy just beat me to fuck a couple times, kick in the door and beat the fuck out of me just to see if I would actually break my fucking vow of violence. It was just to see. It was just to see it. No fucking reason. I'd never wronged him or done anything bad to him. I'd only ever helped him. And he kicked the door in. And he was like, you owe rent. And it's not even my rent, but you got to fucking pay rent. And I was like, I'm a homeless drug addict now. I'm about to leave this place. I don't have any money. Take it up with the owner. He hasn't kicked me out. And he was like, no, I'm just going to fucking kick your ass out myself. And he tried to. And I was like, no, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving here. It's the middle of the winter. I need more time. I'm not leaving this place. He doesn't want me to leave. He doesn't care. He's my friend. You have a deal with it or whatever. And he was like, you got to get the fuck out of here. And he just started fucking wailing on me, beat me the fuck up against the fucking wall. That was the first time. He did that 2 more times. The first time I fucking called the cops and they're like, why didn't you defend yourself? This guy's half your size. I was like, because you guys have me on probation. If I fucking touch this guy, I catch an assault charge. That's what he wants. And the guy was like, yeah, that's what I do want. He was like confirming it. The guy was like confirming. It was insane. Like I was there next to him, but I mean, they were like, yeah, he has confirmed this. He's like, he hates you and he wants you to go to jail and he wanted you to hit him and you did and you didn't. Congratulations. But it's like, we're not taking him to jail either because, it's like fucking, they're like, I don't know why they wouldn't take him to jail. I still don't really know why they wouldn't take him to jail. I'm still kind of angry about that. I was beaten to bloody. I was like, he beat on me. And they were like, do you want to press charges? And I was like, no, because he's a roommate in my house. And I was like, but he did beat the fuck out of me. Shouldn't you just take him out of the community because he beat the fuck out of me? Do I have to press charges here? I don't want him to hate me any worse. He already tried to kill me or whatever. And they're like, nah, you got to press charges. And I was like, I can't do that. He's my roommate. He'll fucking try and kill me if I do that. And they were like, well, tough titty, we can't do anything. And I was like, okay, well, thanks, and I took my bloody beaten ass away. They also stole my ID that day, which caused me a great deal of sorrow over the next 6 months. That was fucking terrible. Losing that ID was also, those pigs stole my ID. They didn't mean to, they just did, and it fucking sucked. That fucked me so bad. That caused me so many problems in my life. When they ran off with that ID, I was screaming at them as they drove away. I was like, you have my ID! You have my ID! I'm screaming, you have my ID! As he drove away. away, and like, and I never saw them again. And it was like, God damn it, man, I needed that ID so bad. It fucked me so bad when I was homeless, when I didn't have that ID. It was, I still recall all the terrible heartache it caused and problems it did for me and other people. It was just terrible. So anyways, so, you know, and I don't know why I'm talking about all this. Is cathartic and his confession stuff, but it was also like, you know, but like they have their psycho moments and they expect me to break like I'm not fucking harder than them, and it's like, no, I'll fucking sit here with my arms crossed, fucking totally stoic, waiting for your weird psycho fucking moment to fucking pass. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of the fucking pigs. Go to toe to toe in the cell with either one of them if I have a reason to, but I never do, so I don't, you know, and that's it. And I just sit there and wait for whatever psychotic moment's fucking passing. I hate moments like that or whatever. I'm just like, no, I'm not scared of you. I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to let you tell me what to do. I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and wait for this fucking situation to end, but we're going to have to agree to disagree here. If you don't like what I'm saying, then cool, but I'm not fucking leaving and you aren't either or whatever and shit. And then I've had a whole bunch of confrontations like that where it's like, I don't have the luxury of fucking striking you, so we're gonna sit here and we're gonna wait until there's some other kind of confrontation or something, or some other kind of solution or something, until eventually it calms down, ends out, or you have your psycho moment. So it's just like, no, if I break, I'm never gonna hear the end of this from my best friends. I know he'll fucking taunt me for the rest of my fucking life. You ever been challenged by somebody real who actually really wants you to like lose that challenge? He wanted me to fucking break. He was like, break. He kept saying it. He was like, break, tell me to stop. And I was like, nope. He was like, tell me to stop. You can see the cherries behind us in the alleyway. He was saying stuff like that. He was like, you can see the cherries. Tell me to stop. And I was like, no. I won't do what you tell me to do. I don't think I said that to him. I was just quiet. I was quiet the entire time. I was like, you are having a psychotic episode. I didn't say it because I figured he would just go more psycho, maybe run us into a wall or something. So I was just like, you are having a psychotic episode. Talking isn't going to help it. Like, telling you to stop isn't going to help it. You're going to taunt me for the rest of my life if I do that. And that isn't going to help things. Eventually, I'll have a fist fight with you if you do that. So I was just like, well, I better fucking let him go crazy, I guess. And I did. I let his ass go crazy. Drive me all around the neighborhood with fucking 3 cops fucking hunting us and shit. He turns 2 corners. He fucking turn. I'll never forget it. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen somebody do. He was not afraid of them at all. He was in a game with them. He was like playing a game with them. It was just fucking crazy. I was like, you are playing games with police. You are aware of this, sir. And he was like, yes. And I was like, all right. You know, and like, you know, and it was just, you know, it was just bad, you know, and then he won. He fucking won. He was like, it was about being whoever the stronger person was. But the thing was, he broke. He was like, I got to stop this now. I heard him say it. He was like, I have to stop this now or we're going to jail for a long time. And I was like, yep. And he was like, okay. And so he stopped it. He came down from his cloud or whatever the fuck it was. He broke before me. He did. And I didn't taunt him about it or he probably would have ran us into the wall. I was terrified of him running into a wall. He kept screeching right onto a street, but he easily just could have kept barreling down the alleys at 100 miles an hour. He easily could have just done that. And in the alley's end, you're gonna fucking smack like the Spear neighborhood ends. You're gonna run into a brick. You're gonna smack into side of someone's brick house or something. I know how those alleys are. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And he didn't go more than like 2 or 3, I don't think, without like turning. He got off and turned. He was like in a cat and mouse game with the fucking cops there for like, it was like, God damn, felt like 10 minutes, but it was probably only like 3. It was like 3 minutes or something like that. And so then he did the most crazy thing I've almost ever seen any human do. He just over-minded his situation. He like over-minded the situation or whatever. And he got his way out of it. I think the whole purpose was to lead the cops on a fucking joyride in the first place. And he wanted backup or whatever, or a witness or something. I don't know. But normal people don't do stuff like this, right? He's never been that normal. He did stuff that really bothered me when I was young. Like for one time, I was stuck in the basement with him, and I swear to God, he was gay. We know because he fucking he asked one of my friends if he would fuck him like 3 weeks before he killed his father and then himself a second later. And we knew he was gay after that because our friend Matt came and told us. He was like, yeah, has he ever hit on you. And I was like, no, not once, not ever, not in the fucking 40 years we knew him or whatever, 35 years, whatever it was at that point. I was like, no, he's never hit on anybody I've ever known who was male. No, he hit on you. And then we find out at the funeral after he's killed his father that he was gay his whole life. And he finally hit on our friend Matt at the age of like 35 or something. And that can't be fun or whatever. And we find this on the funeral find out that at the funeral was fucking crazy. Somebody I hadn't seen in a long time. And so who worked at the restaurant with him. And so then, you know, it was just nuts. And then, and so then, like, you know, and so he like, we're in this high-speed chase. He pulls two corners and then he takes an alley and then he takes a right into somebody's backyard. Basically, he parks in the backyard like he lives there. It was a yard. It wasn't even like it wasn't really even a driveway. It was just like makeshift with whatever was due. He stopped there, so that's where he stopped. He was like, lie the seat down, and we did, and he had nice tinted windows, so they didn't really have a reason to be really looking and stuff. So, and he parked the car in a place where it just looked like it was the neighbor had parked his car and gone in after work. I don't know how he did it. I watched him think about it. I watched him do it. He very carefully parked in this way that looked like he lived there. It was very deliberate, very, very careful, very, very real. He had about 10 seconds to work with. He used it. He parked that car. He left no trace. He backed in, which was another fucking thing that was crazy. I forgot about that. He fucking backed in, and I had a serious issue with that. I was like, why are you reversing? And he was like, I'm parking. And I was like, oh God, okay. I was like, why are we reversing? They're behind us. Why are we reversing? I braked. I was like, why are we reversing? You're stopping. And he's like, yeah, I'm stopping. I got to stop this now. He was like, I have to stop this now. We have 3 cops. And I was like, yes, you do. So he was like, all right. And he came down from his cloud finally, which is crazy. Is what always happens in psychotic moments after they've beaten on you or gone to jail or driven all over a 25-mile-an-hour neighborhood at 105 miles an hour with your friend in the shotgun, you know. And he parked the fucking car. He was like, don't say a fucking word. I'll never forget it. He was like, don't say a fucking word. Don't do anything. And I was like, okay. And he was like, lie down. I was like, I did. I lied the car seat down. It was a good car seat that would lie all the way down to the back, you know, like his. We lied the car seats down. We were in a tinted windows. It was dark. There was no lights on in the car. There was no sound, just dark car. And we listened to the fucking cops drive around the neighborhood for like 3 hours. And this is not the first time this has happened to me either. I've definitely had this happen to me like 4 times where I've had to lie in some dumpster or behind some tree or lying down in a car with tinted windows and shit, waiting for the fucking cherries to stop 3 to 4 hours later. And they are with like flashlights through the neighborhood looking at shit. And you are pissing your fucking pants. And that has happened to me like 3 or 4 fucking times for no reason, just because I like drugs or had crazy friends and shit like this. I had a crazy life. I don't like telling these stories, but they are fucking true. It's a true story. My friend's dead now, so I can't get him to corroborate, but it's like, it is true. It's fucking true. And my friends knew this was traumatic. This came up. My friends knew he did this to me, and it was one of the reasons why they stopped talking to him. Stopping talking to him is what led probably to that suicide murder. And so it's very difficult for me not to blame what he did to his father and himself a second later on me. Right? But I didn't tell him to speed in that car at 105 miles an hour. I didn't even hint up to it or try to encourage such behavior. I was just like, I'm not a pussy and I'm not backing down. I've known you since you were 14 and you jacked off in a restaurant in a basement that I was trapped in. And I had to listen to you jack off for 25 fucking minutes. And it was the most disgusting thing that's ever happened to me. It was basically like rape or whatever. And I was like 14. He fucking jacked off in the bathroom and I was sitting in the basement. I couldn't go upstairs because we were stoned and his grandmother was home and I couldn't talk to her because I had red eyes. So he trapped me in the fucking basement, and because he was gay, he was in there jacking off to me or whatever it was. And I knew it, and I was like, this is the weirdest moment I have ever had in my fucking life. One of my friends has like trapped me in this basement, and we're stuck down here. I can't go upstairs and leave. And I can hear him. He's like 7 feet away, full-blown jacking it very loudly in the fucking bathroom. I think he's jacking it to me. It really felt like that. All of my life, I was like, I think he's jacking it to me. It feels weird. It's so weird. He knows that I'm sitting 5 feet away and I can hear him jacking it fat, fucking loud and fucking angry in that bathroom while I'm 5 feet away, and he knows I'm in the basement. It's not some weird thing that he's forgotten or something like that. He put me through one of the more weirder moments of my life that was close to rape, but not really. It's just, some dude jacking off in the same basement as you, but it felt like rape because I wasn't asked first. I was not given I did not get permission to like have him jack off in the bathroom loudly while I'm sitting there 5 feet the fuck away. It was disgusting, and I never forgot it. That same guy drove me around a neighborhood at 105 miles an hour against my will, basically. I mean, I went along with it because I was like, well, I'm not letting you call me a pussy the rest of my life. I'm not a pussy, never have been. Not you, especially not you, So I just went with it. And I don't like that sub side of my personality. It's like, this crazy is going to come down from their cloud eventually, and I can just go along with it till it does. But that is the side of my personality where I'm like, I'm not a pussy. I'll jump out of a plane first time, no warning, nothing, with like a blindfold. I'm not scared of that.
Alive right now.
I want to do something like that. The first time I jump out of a plane, I kind of want to do it with a blindfold. You guys ever thought about that? Like, would you jump out of a plane with a blindfold? And I want to prove to them I'm not a pussy. It's not that. It's that I want the thrill of doing something like that. It's quite the opposite. It's not like that I'm scared of doing it. It's like that I want the drug high that you'll get from blindfolding yourself on your first time ever jumping out of a plane. I kind of want to blindfold myself, See, Jesus Christ, that kind of sensory overload. And you're like, oh man, how many seconds have passed? Should I pull the cord now? Can I find the cord? I blindfolded myself, Jesus Christ, it's you can probably remove the blindfold if you need to, but it's like, yeah, that's the sort of thing I would do just to prove that I'm not a fucking pussy. It's stupid. It's always been like that. All my friends, they know, they know. I broke into the game store. I did all that stupid shit. I became a drug dealer. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid. I'm not scared to do such stuff,
That I think has not done a single good thing.
And so I don't like these elements of my personality. 7 years ago, I promised I wouldn't ever be like that anymore. And I stopped, and I have the records, and I was on probation, and I reported them to every week. And I published it on my stream and shit. I published when I had to go to probation, I was like, okay, guys, got to shut off the stream now. Got to go to probation, but at least it's only for an hour. It used to be longer. And like, and stuff. And I did that until September 23rd, 2023. I started in 21 or something like that. But I mean, I did, like, for the first 2 years, I did probation every Wednesday, and they did a drug test on me because they were like, no marijuana while you're on probation. I was like, oh, really? It's legal though. And they were like, not in our eyes. And I was like, okay. So yeah, and then I'll never forget it. On September 21st or 3rd, I forget what it is. It's like September 21st or September 23rd. I finally got off probation, and I was like, I'm never breaking the law ever the fuck again. I'm never being in contact with a police officer outside of a Good Samaritan, situation ever again. I'm not ever fucking challenging these people or breaking their laws ever the fuck again. And that's my little redemption story that I like to tell. About what it's like to be one of these crazy fucking type A personalities that just live crazy lives. It's like, tell a story about how Jan drove me around the goddamn residential neighborhood with all the kids and the fucking people and stuff. And like, at 105 miles an hour at like 3:05 in the morning or whatever the fuck it was. It was like really late. It was like 4 a.m. And we got cops so quick. It was so quick. It was like, I think he thought he was going to joyride for 5 or 10 minutes, but no. Like the third block, we already heard, and we had already heard the sirens. It was so fast. I was like, how did the cops get in on this? And like, goddamn, I think I asked him. I was like, how did the cops aggro in like goddamn less than 90 seconds? He was like, I don't know. I expected to have longer. But no, some Samaritan called and they came fast. They were like, somebody's going through a residential at 100, and they were like, yeah, and they came fast.
I really do mean that. I mean that with my whole chest. I mean that.
Now, I'm not proud that I drove through that residential at 105 miles an hour and I let him do it, and I didn't fight him about it, and I didn't play the pussy game with him. I could have just been like, yeah, you can call me a pussy the rest of your life, or I can also just stop you from doing this before you kill someone, and I can call me a pussy if you want to. I thought about doing that. I was like, I could just take the pussy title and get us out of this fucking situation, but I'm not a fucking pussy, and I've never been a type to drink the fucking milk when it goes sour. I'm not like that. I don't do things that don't go my way. Kind of like P. Diddy. I don't like P. Diddy because all the time I see stuff in him. Not the rape stuff, but just the ruthlessness stuff. All that ruthlessness stuff that he does. I do have that. I'm an executive son. I lived in the West Side Denver freezing cold blizzard shit with 2 different like hard drug addictions and a dead girlfriend and and fucking guns being shoved in my face and cops chasing me and shit like this. I did actually do all that stuff, and it's like I don't want that anymore ever again. I like telling the war story, so I can never do it ever again. I feel like I want to tell the war story on stream and just never do any of that stuff ever again. I don't need to be like that anymore. I was blessed with an inheritance. I don't need to worry about where my rent's going to come from ever again. I'm gonna be okay.
Everything.
I wish I had stopped him in some ways when he started driving like 105 miles per hour. I was like, it's also pussy to let him go crazy like this. It's also like cowardly to just give him his way and let him do this crazy trip that he's putting me through. I was like, that's pussy too. I was like, I was battling with myself in the car. I was like, saying something is me being a pussy, so I'm not saying anything at all. He'll have to say it. He'll have to be the one that says, okay, we're stopping now. And I knew this in my head, and I did wait. I waited until he was like, all right, I have to stop now. He did say it like that. He was like, all right, I have to stop now. And I was like, yeah, you do. And it was crazy, and he broke down first. He was the one who pushed out first. He was driving, and it would have been a lot worse for him. I would have told him the story. I would have been like, nope, he made me fucking. What could I have done? I could have fought him over the car, and he would have crashed it into a wall and called me a pussy or whatever. I was going to tell them what he did, if I was in contact with him. But he didn't even put us in contact with him. He got us out of it. Now, I don't know if you're complicit on a joyride if you don't tell them to stop. I think I am. So if he gets busted for joyride for running over a toddler or something like that at 3:30 in the morning, I think I faced that murder charge too. So I sat there and I boiled on the legal aspect of it for a little bit there, where I remember thinking it, and when I was in the car, like while he was driving us, and it wasn't long, it was like 3 minutes or something before it was over. But it was like, I do remember thinking in those moments, I was like, I think it's actually pussy not to stop him too. It's kind of like giving into his madness. Is the strong position here is to stop being a madman driving through a residential at 105. Problem is, all of my crew have absolutely driven in residentials at 100 miles an hour. All of us have personalities like that. All of us have sport bikes or fast cars like that we have driven on the highway going like 100, 150 miles an hour. We all, whenever one of our friends does it, we all do it because we're crazy like that. We're like Rough Riders, basically. If somebody in my crew does something, I have to do it too. It's like a challenge. It sucks, but it is. It's like a gang, and you're not in the gang anymore if you puss out. It is like that. And I've had friends puss out. I've had friends puss out in my inner circle because it was like a white boy gang. We don't do nationalist shit or push KKK logic bullshit about racism or something like that. But we have a tight circle, and we don't even see each other anymore. But it's like kind of like that movie, I don't know, what's a tight buddy movie like that? Sleepers or something, or I don't know, Mystic River. Yeah, well, like we're tight like the Mystic River dudes. Like 30 years later, I would take a bullet for my fucking friends. No hesitation. If they inform me today, if my best friend Sen called me up on the phone and informed me that I had to die for him tomorrow, I'd be like, okay, sir, I will consider it an honor and I will be there tomorrow. Let me buy the plane ticket. I'll be there with bells on. And I'm serious too. Like, fucker, I owe that motherfucker and I'd be glad to do it. I'd be fucking glad to lay down my fucking life. But we're just white boys from Denver. I mean, that's how tight the fucking crew was, though. Our crew was tight for some reason. I don't know why, but we built this really tight circle kind of like that. And we don't do fucked up shit, but we've done tons of illegal stuff. We don't do fucked up shit, though. We've never harmed anybody or raped anybody or anybody. I don't know anybody like that. I don't know. I've only ever met like one rapist, I think, and I tried to put him in jail.
It's disgusting.
I met another one. Our computer teacher was also a statutory rapist. And my friend T slept with him willingly, but they still busted him for statutory rape, and it disgraced our school. And I did definitely meet that guy, and he was a slime bag.
In this quiet, soft-lit room in the beginning,
I hate that guy.
The universe has sent
He ruined my friend.
Blinking
He
eye.
ruined her. She was like this beautiful girl. The whole school loved. She had all the perfect friends. She had the perfect clique. She was like the popular girl and all that. And she decided she wanted to just fuck him for whatever reason. She was just young and impulsive. And she was a bit promiscuous a bit. And she just decided she wanted to fuck him, so she seduced him. And then her parents found out, and they shut down our school for like 3 weeks while they had dealt with the fallout of a statutory rapist being right up in the center of our school. It was terrible. I definitely met that guy. Fucking dick.
Sent a single unblinking eye. This documentary camera from the videographer who he didn't pay. And it's not filming.
And then there was Hotel Guy. I'm supposed to like him because he put thousands of dollars in my pocket. But I also heard all the stories, and I don't like him. And I tried to sell him up shit creek, and I would do it again.
A victory lap.
Problem is, I'm not sure I can even remember where he is now. I don't know. I don't think I know his name. I would have to hunt him. I would have no idea how to find him now. So it's dead and gone now.
But it's just the
sieves in the pensieve or whatever. I don't know, like that thoughts and memories in the pensieve, like Dumbledore or whatever. It's just a thought now. I don't ever have to worry about it ever again. I don't think. You know.
Witness, and he doesn't see a witness. He sees a lens. Any piece of equipment to be angled, he tries to choreograph the Inquisition. He's whispering a strategy into a phone, moving narrative pieces on a board, treating his own unraveling like a bad PR cycle. It's the most tragic tale. The man who mastered image cannot comprehend a reality that refuses to be imagined. It's crazy. He looks into the camera with a trembling, furious certainty. The certainty that if he just finds the right line, the right cadence, the right spin, he can bend the light back into a halo. But he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know that this is the worst thing he could possibly do. And then the detail that stops your heart. He just does sacrilege. He's always praying, saying, oh, God gonna do this, let God know, do all this thing, doing what horrible evil pastors do, and always positioning himself as God. Because when I'm
like, so I don't know why I just did all those confessions. They weren't really fitting to the content, but it's like, that's the sort of story that like a record producer will tell you. It's the sort of story that a gangster rapper will tell you. I have a story like that, and I share that with these people in common a lot. Like, I held my own counsel, I ran my own business, I made any offers if any offers were made. I never accepted any offers from anybody. Like, nobody ever made any anyways, but I mean, like, I made offers if anybody made offers. I did not entertain anybody's ideas about my businesses ever, and I'm still like that.
Watching this entire documentary,
I think people would tell me that I shouldn't tell these stories because they'll come back to bite me later. But no, honestly, it's more like if I don't tell these stories, people will accuse me of trying to conceal it. Is my real fear. Is, you know, and so I tell these stories of how, yeah, one time we drove through a goddamn residential for about 10 minutes or whatever it was, going 105 miles an hour or something like that at 4 a.m. and who knows what would have happened if my friend didn't, like, finally stop, you know? Or that time that they broke my ribs and then fucking tossed me in the back of the fucking paddy wagon and tortured me for 2 hours, running me to different jails. Or shit that just breaks my psyche and kind of makes me feel like I wasn't really well received by the human race or whatever. And so, and for no reason at all. None of those things happen for any reason at all. No reason. Just no reason. Why? Because I did drugs or something? No. It just happened for no reason. It's just bad stuff happening, you know? So then eventually I was just like, I don't know. I'm just going to stop doing bad stuff and let that be the defense. You know, I think these people should have done that too. P. Diddy just kept doing more and 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 more bad stuff. There's a scene in Belly where DMX and Nas are like driving around and they're feeling like they're above the law. And Nas is like completely free in his mind and in his business and has no limitations at all. And Knowledge is crazy. And he's doing the exact same thing to Nas that my friend Jan did to me, which is like driving him through red lights while you're like rolling around with like a brick in the trunk, 2 firearms and a blunt, and you're drunk, right? Oh yeah, I've definitely done shit like that before. Oh yeah. And you know, it's and then and Nas is like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Did you not see that fucking stoplight? You just ran a stoplight with a pig across the intersection, and for some reason he just didn't roll you. For whatever reason, he just chose not to roll you. You didn't see that light, man? Did you not see it? I remember the line. It was like, did you not see that light, man? And that's Nas in the shotgun seat being like, you didn't see that light, man? What the fuck are you doing, man? You just ran a stoplight with the cop across the intersection. What the fuck are you doing? You're drunk, you're high, you're rolling around. And DMX looks at him. He's like, what? Pigs aren't gonna fucking touch me. Nobody could touch me. I'm invincible. I'm out here. I run this street. I'll kill them if they fuck with me and shit like this. And it was like, you know, and it was like, and yeah, that's the problem. That lawlessness and that gangster thug mentality of I can just do whatever the fuck I want and there's no comeuppance, no nothing. But no, everything has a victim. Even flashing a piece can make a victim out of somebody. It's insane. So it's sort of like, you know, it's not so good. It's not such a good thing to venerate. I wish I hadn't done it. I feel really bad now. When I find out who these people are, I get crazy. I'm like, why did I venerate these shitty people? I didn't even like P. Diddy. I hated P. Diddy. Like, honestly hated him all my life.
I'm watching every horrible thing he's done. And the most evil thing he's done was spin the narrative that Biggie and Tupac, these two right here, hated each other. My whole childhood, up until my brother told me, I thought that Biggie and Tupac hated each other. Then one day, my brother, we were at the library.
No, they were like best friends and they were like living with each other and had a business together and stuff and were partners and shit. No, they were really close, and it was tragic when they had their falling out because Tupac signed with West Coast and Biggie signed with fucking P. Diddy, and Tupac knew P. Diddy was fucking moron and a fucking clown. Everybody did. So he was just like, no, I'll take Suge Knight over fucking over idiot ass fucking, you know, P. Diddy. And he wasn't wrong. I think Suge Knight is technically better than P. Diddy, though neither one of them are particularly good people at all.
My brother showed me.
But I don't think Suge Knight has bodies on him that they can stick him for. And we don't know about P. Diddy. They might stick him for, you know, for Tupac and Biggie. They want to. That's what the part 2 of this, well, all 4 parts of this 50 Cent documentary on Netflix is about, is the fact that, you know, what he's really after is 50 Cent wants to say that P. Diddy killed Bo, Tupac, and Biggie, and by the end of the 2nd episode, that's the statement. That's what they say. They write it on the screen. They're like, yeah, you know, Puffy paid $1 million to this Crip, and the Crip comes on and testifies right on camera, and he's like, yeah, and I got 40 witnesses too that I can pull on in the court case if I have to. But stupid ass Puff Daddy, right in the documentary, like the Crip makes fun of Puff Daddy. He's like, then Puff Daddy does the stupidest thing I ever seen a man do. He tells 45 people that he wants me to kill somebody. And he's like, and we can pull all them as witnesses too. And that blew my mind. I was like, wait, there's like 45 Crip witnesses, and the guy's like, yeah, there's like 45 Crip witnesses that witnessed Puffy ordering the hit on fucking Snoop Dogg. And he's like, I've never seen a man do something so stupid. It's not like he warned us first. He just came out with it. He was in the room with us. He was scared of us. He didn't trust us. He didn't know who we were really. And he came out and told 40 Crips that were in the room with us that he wanted us to kill Biggie and fucking Tupac. And like, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was insane. It was insane. It was just odd. It was just crazy. And the Crip could be lying. It is hearsay maybe still. The lawyer, if they're clever, they could maybe just say, you're making this all up. Where's your witnesses then? Produce all 40 guys. And if the 40 guys don't want to roll because they're all complicit in Tupac and Biggie's murder, because there is no statutory there is no statute of limitations on rape or murder. So if those 40 guys fess up to being in on the Tupac and Biggie hits, which they are, and they had to do this through a process called proffering, which means that they took lesser charges in other related cases of like racketeering and shit like this, so they don't have to spend 200 years in jail. And then they enlighten the feds as to what actually happened to Tupac and show them the evidence and stuff, and they can't be prosecuted for this. So I think he is kind of telling the truth. And he was like, if they and the guy makes the point of saying it. He's like, and if the feds ever try to fuck us and say differently, I'll force all 40 of them to compel to testify that they heard Puffy say that they wanted us to kill Biggie and Tupac. And I was like, I don't think he's lying. I think there is 45 witnesses involved in this case. And the lawyers all know it, and they can easily compel these people to fucking testify. They're all murderers. And they'll all face life in jail for murdering fucking Tupac and Biggie if they come forward. So they had to bribe these people to tell anybody what happened. The Crips weren't going to say anything at all. They took $1 million. Puffy mailed them $500 million. Like 6 months later, Puff Daddy stuck them on the other half because his reasoning is that they only got he wanted to pay $1 million for them to kill Suge Knight and Tupac. And they tried to kill Suge Knight, but they left. It was a drive-by. They didn't kill Suge Knight. They only hit him in the head. And so Puffy's reasoning was to fucking anger and get blacklisted and blackballed with every Crip organization on the planet, which is like angering Hitler or something. Is terrifying. They will come and try and kill you. It's insane. So you don't want to piss off the Crips and get blackballed with all of the Crips or whatever it was. But he gets blackballed with the Crips for hiring them on a hit that he got caught for. And now they're gunning for him. If he ever steps foot on the streets, the Crips are going to kill his ass. That's something that I didn't know till the documentary, but the Crips are fucking pissed at him because they had to proffer other cases that they got busted for, and they sold him in return. They sold him. They like sold P. Diddy. They're like, fuck P. Diddy. He didn't pay us the other $500,000. His reasoning was, I'm not paying you the whole $1 million that I said I would pay you for. And then he was like, I'm not paying you till you do the contract hit. So they were like, oh yeah, sure, we'll go do it right now. And they did. They like literally hit like an hour after he was like, I want you to kill Suge Knight and fucking Biggie, or sorry, Suge Knight and Tupac. They were like, okay, yeah, we can go do that for $1 million right now. And he was like, yeah, right now. And they were like, we're the East Side Crips or whatever from LA or whatever. We move fast. Are you sure? And he's like, yep. And they were like, all right, fine. And they moved on him. They waited like an hour later. They showed up and it's not funny. They showed up and they wasted Tupac and fucking wasted. I don't feel that bad about it anymore now because Tupac is a rapist. He was a rapist. Maybe he got what he kind of deserved. Maybe. So. I don't feel that bad about Tupac's murder anymore. If he was a rapist, maybe he got what he deserved in God's judgment or whatever, and God's justice in this weird, sick, fucking twisted world or whatever, that God's joke on humanity or whatever. Maybe Tupac got what he deserved. I don't know. I'm getting right with all of it because these were all my heroes. I hate the fact that I'm canceling all these people, but I don't want these people in my life anymore. Their influences now, my estimation, kind of iffy and dangerous to be influenced by because they're proving to be rapists and murderers and child molesters and stuff, and I think they have a bad effect on people, and I don't want to listen to their music anymore. I was the heaviest rap white motherfucker you will ever see. I was like bumping it. I got that bass going at 4:30 in the morning when I come and try and fuck your daughter and stuff. I had that rap thing going on real bad.
Image. He said, no, they was chilling.
I ride gangsta lean. You see me ride gangsta lean and shit. I ride gangsta lean and I'll smoke blunts and shit when I'm driving and stuff. And I'm a fucking white kid from suburban fucking West Denver. Fucking dumb. South Denver.
Smoking together. They had a great time.
West Denver recently, South Denver most of my life.
Diddy did it. Diddy was the one that messed things up. Diddy was jealous.
Yeah, Diddy did all of this. Diddy was jealous of fucking Tupac and Biggie, so he just hired the fucking Crips to waste both of them, and that's what caused the East-West fucking thing. That's what 50 Cent said in the documentary. It's like a full-blown accusation, and that there's like all this proof and video evidence of it. I don't think he would say it if the lawyers weren't like, yeah, you got an airtight allegation here, or whatever you want to say this thing is that 50 Cent did. But the lawyers have been, you can tell the lawyers have been in and all and around 50 Cent's business on this, trying to see if he can catch some kind of defamation charge and lose his fortune or whatever. But no, I think the lawyers have informed 50 Cent that he can go ahead and do this if he wants to. I think he's got an airtight thing about how he can make the accusation that Puff Daddy actually did kill Biggie Smalls and fucking Tupac, which is crazy.
Biggie.
But it answers a lot of questions. It does answer a lot of fucking questions. I wish I'd never venerated these killers. But I mean, they hid their story from us, and that's part of this whole mystique with show business too. Show business appears to be a haven for criminals. I kind of regret maybe making a decision of becoming a streamer because there is this random element of at any time you can go viral for a minute. I watched it happen to, like, what was her name? Silver Spring or something, or Gorilla Spring or something. I forget what her name was. Silvervale? I think it was Silvervale, right? But remember, Silvervale was just sitting there playing. She was like a streamer with, like, I don't know, like 30 viewership or something. And she was just sitting there playing Hogwarts like the week it came out or whatever. And then for some reason, like I think it was like, I forget what happened. Was it like J.K. Rowling or somebody accused, like, or I don't know, like, I'm sorry, their community accused J.K. Rowling of being anti-trans, and then they begged the whole community to not play the Harry Potter game that they're giving away free on Epic right now, probably because of this, honestly, probably because of this. And so she's just sitting there playing that game, and I think like J.K. Rowling herself or something came into her channel, or maybe it was Asmongold. I think it was Asmongold. Asmongold came into Silvervale's channel just to see if if the anti-trans stuff was true, and she was just this like small little, like, what do they call that? When they use a video for their face, what do they call those? VTubers, right? She was a little VTuber with 30 viewership, like me. And then like somebody paid attention to her. I think it was like Asmongold or somebody. And then overnight she went to like 15,000. Now, she wasn't doing anything different. She was the next day she was playing the same Harry Potter game. I know because I came back the next day to look, and she was doing the same thing she was doing before the whole world found out that she existed, right? And suddenly she was doing it to a fucking viewership of like a solid 300 or to like 3,000 or something like that. And they just chose to luckily break her. They just broke her, whatever you want to call it. She what do the kids call this? It's like she busted or whatever. Or she's bussing or whatever. She busted or whatever, and this was just due to some minor attention due to for her playing like that Harry Potter game when J.K. Rowling got accused of being trans or something. And that's weird. And now she probably lives in a really nice apartment with good money now and stuff like this, just because somebody watched her stream one day, and that could happen to me. That's my worst nightmare. It's, I actually have a requirement on raids. They've got to have more than 1,000 people, because if you want to come in and you want to draw the whole world's attention to me and break me out of my, my anonymity and my safety and the fact that I don't have to cater to a bunch of children like Asmongold does or whatever, if that happens to me, I will be extremely unhappy. I like 3 to 30 viewership or whatever, and I'm okay living there for 50 years. I don't care about that. I do this for you guys, but I also do it for me. Remember, it's like a fucking history, so everybody benefits. So I don't mind. I'm just doing it anyways. So I don't want to blow up like that. I don't want overnight like attention, because then you have to work to keep it, and I don't want to work to keep it. I want to do what I do every day, and I don't want to change it either.
Because Biggie and Tupac was really cool and they was best friends, so Diddy wanted to get in on that, and he didn't have the aura or the charisma to actually do that. So my brother told me that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, he was like, like P. Diddy did not have the aura farm to be around Tupac or fucking Biggie. He was not a skilled MC. He was entirely a fucking emotional vampire. When you heard him rap, you're like, oh, I could rap better than this. Everybody always said this too. They're like, anybody could rap better than fucking P. Diddy. He's not a good rapper.
And I didn't know if I should believe it, because my brother usually just says crazy conspiracy.
No, he's right.
Theories, and it might be hip hop beef. That didn't fully
everybody knew this stuff too. This is all matter of record, basically.
Understand? Did you know?
Yeah, like for instance, like Biggie did. I forget what Biggie did because I'm not a Biggie fan, but I know what Tupac did because I was a Tupac fan and I regret it now. But so Tupac said "Hit 'Em Up," did "Hit 'Em Up," which was the first real gangster diss track to ever truly blow up, because it was the only gangster diss track that white people actually paid attention to. And in this track, Tupac said the most shocking things you would ever hear, which is like he fucked Biggie's wife Faith Evans, and that if he ever sees him in public, he's gonna fucking shoot him, and all this other crazy shit. And I forgot about how aggressive Tupac really was with "Hit 'Em Up," but Tupac came at Biggie like he was gonna kill him. This happened because they were like best friends, and then P. Diddy busted Biggie but not Tupac, And then Biggie got all this money, and Tupac had nothing, so except a jail cell for rape. So they had Suge Knight bust him out to save West Coast rap, because somebody had to save West Coast rap, and it was Tupac. And so, like, you know, they bought him out of his rape charge, which is what these people in these fucking QAnon circles fucking do. I'm not a QAnon guy. Fuck Q, fuck QAnon, fuck fucking Pizzagate and all those idiot-ass fucking Proud Boys and stupid-ass fucking right-wing, you know, conspiracy theorists and all that stupid-ass shit. I'm a left-wing conspiracy theorist. I shouldn't like those people. They're the opposite side, you know? But I do believe that there is a fucking child sex cabal of rich people that hide it all the time and use blackmail and fucking non-disclosure agreements to conduct business and politics. I think it happens all the time. It's insane. I think we don't hear about it because they NDA all the time and they can't talk about it without violation of contract and lose their fortune. So they don't. And so they allow themselves, because they're rich, to rape and murder people. And it is like billionaires can kill people now. It's fucking insane. It's like billionaires can kill people now. Like Puff Daddy got away with murdering Biggie and Tupac for like 20 years. It's insane.
But the East and the West Coast beef, the entirety of it.
Yeah, the entirety of it is purely because fucking Puff Daddy has never had Riz. And also the most homophobic, maybe not the most at all, but the most homophobic, the most loudly homophobic people in America was the rap scene. It is. It's like a loudly homophobic bitches up, hoes down thing that's just like really misogynistic, homophobic, and very proud about it. And that was what the attraction was in the first place. It's like, why are these people calling women bitches and stuff like this? It was interesting, you know. But it's, you know, but it got old fast, and it's not something that we want to venerate, and it's not an ideal that we appreciate very long. You know, when you're a teenager and young, you know, it's fun for like 20 years, but then eventually when you're like 40, you're like, oh God, I would never want my kids to listen to this. It is pushing like a rape culture. It is pushing like a club culture. It is pushing a bougie reality that these kids are never going to reach if they sit around and listen to hip hop and do nothing all their lives. It is weird. It is weird. And the reason I have this attitude is because of Hobson. All of the ill minds of Hobsons, and there's like 9 of them, and they're all like these half an hour ciphers that are like him just dropping black guy wisdom essentially about what's actually real in the culture and what isn't. And I love the fucking ill minds of Hobsons. I think they're the greatest rap records ever fucking written. They absolutely are. They're up there with like no effects as the decline and all that. Like without ill mind of Hobson, I'm not sure we'd still have rap, you know. And so, and Hobson talked about all of this stuff, like all of it, years and years and years ago. Like I knew about like Hobson like 15 years ago or something. Hobson taught me about how all these rappers going dry was actually really bad for the whole world, kind of. And it is because the whole world loves this music. If they make it dry and they don't deliver it anymore, and if they do, the message is horrible and it jades the kids and it causes shootings and assassinations and stuff like that, then we don't want it. We don't want it to jade us like that. We don't want your music to turn us into bad people.
It's not because of, oh man, Bloods and Crips, all that stuff. No.
Okay, for the first, I swear to God, and this is true, and I'm not proud of this, and it is sexist, and I hate it, but for like the first 5 years of my puberty, from the age of like, I would say 13 until I was 18, every girl that I knew, I called bitch. Like straight up, I was like, "Hey, we're gonna go meet some bitches. You wanna go talk to some bitches?" Like full blown, like it was that cheesy and that corny. It was fucking bad. We thought the rappers were saying it like that, and some of them were, but not all of them. And like, and we were like, oh, all women are all hoes. Like that hoe thinks she can fucking treat me like that or whatever. And you just start saying these things about your mom. You're like, wait, I just called my mom a hoe or something. And then that's just because I hear it in a rap song all the time. It's crazy. So it's like, and things you wouldn't normally do, you do. You say things you wouldn't normally do when you're exposed to that culture. It is weird because it is a culture that was systematically objectified and suppressed by rich white colonization type people for a long time, and did do stuff like slavery to the African Americans and shit like this. It's a culture that is there for a reason, and it is the way it is for a certain way because it comes out of like severe poverty after racism. So it makes sense for them to do it. It doesn't really make sense for us to do it. And I really actually dislike the fact that all 5 of my favorite rappers are white. The only rapper in my top 5 that's black is Tech-9. My top 5 is easy. It's my top fucking favorite rapper is Yellow Wolf. Right underneath that is Tech-9. No, there's Hobson, I guess. Hobson is black, yeah. So there's like Hobson, and the race doesn't matter, but it's weird that in 2025, my top, like half of my, it's not weird, it's good. It speaks to ending racism, kind of, and also reverse racism a little bit, I think. But I also don't think that maybe that Marshall should have stolen the culture as much as he did. And I find myself saying like the N word with the soft A on rap songs on Twitch, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm a white guy that just said the soft A because, you know, NWA or fucking, you know, Kid Cudi or fucking, you know, Wu-Tang or somebody just said it on their rap song, and I'm literally singing this rap song or whatever, right? I'm doing like, you know, karaoke or whatever, and I realize how much of a culture shit that is for me to be able to use that word freely on Twitch and not get banned. And I do it all the time. And I need to stop doing that. And I'm going to stop doing that. I'm going to clean my rap channels. I don't think... sometimes I hear the right-wing views that Yellow Wolf has, and I'm like, maybe you guys took over rap so you could just spew your right-wing stuff? And this did happen. That's what happened to, you know, Let's Roll. Kid Rock, right? Kid Rock is a terrible right-winger. He has terrible visions for women and other people and all this and views. And I don't want to tell NASCAR dads what to think. I don't want to shame the right wing. I just don't think I come from the same place that, you know, I'm a leftist liberal who ended up being a drug dealer in West Denver for a few years, who was basically just a gamer, you know. I don't have a life like Yellow Wolf, and I don't have a recording contract, and I don't have records, and I don't know. But I mean, I have cut albums, but I've not ever sold any. And I don't know what it's like to be that, but I know that maybe it seems like it was an opportunity for him to maybe right-wing red pill code my radio channel when I listen to rap. And I think Kid Rock, I kicked Kid Rock off my channel day one, since like back when I was like, you know, 13 years old, and I've never liked Kid Rock ever. And I love Slim Shady, but I don't like Marshall Mathers because he's too white and too dumb. But I do like Slim Shady when he actually cuts loose on the albums, and he can stuff that you can't hear on the radio and stuff, because it is fucking crazy and foul and nuts. And it's definitely that we're in the Armageddon and anything goes attitude of fuck everything and fuck everyone. And, you know, and I liked it for a while because I was like, that's fitting. It's like educational. It's teaching me how to survive the ghetto and be strong and have a swagger and stuff. And it did. That stuff, it got me laid and it made me seem stronger than I was and stuff. And I had an interesting life because of it. But now I'm like, I don't want to embrace my white roots. I actually don't really like white people. I'll be racist about it. But I am definitely not going to venerate white rappers anymore. I'm going to move away from Yellow Wolf because I never stay around artists longer than 7 years anyways. Like, for instance, I thought I was going to be a metric fiend for the rest of my life, but now I'm finding it very difficult to put metric on. You know, I thought I would just listen to Metric every day for the rest of my fucking life. I don't know why I thought that, but I just did. I thought I could listen to Metric for the rest of my fucking life. But no, I don't think I ever want to hear Metric ever again. I love Metric, but they were my favorite band for a long time. But I'm not sure I want to hear Metric ever again. I think they're kind of cheesy to me now. They did write my favorite song, which is, you know, Formentera. But I mean, like, they're not who they were when I listened to them for 7 years. They're a different band now, and I love them still, and I listen to their modern stuff. But they don't have the fire, and they're not the band that they were when they did Fantasies, and that's what I got into them for. And I'm an asshole when it comes to that. I need that Fire album, and they did do it. They did that with their most recent one, Formentera, and I love Formentera, but I find myself not wanting to listen to Metric because I've listened to Metric for 7 years. years or something. It's been longer than that. It's been like 15 years. And now I just don't want to listen to Metric all day like I used to. I'm going to listen to something else and I don't know what it is. And it's not the Marias. They're too soft. I need something that's better. And I don't think it exists. And one of the reasons I don't think it exists is because of P. Diddy. Fucking P. Diddy ruined the goddamn fucking radio. Now we're paying the price. I literally cannot think of a modern artist that I like. Can you?
It's because Diddy is so petty.
I'm sure the kids can, because they're exposed to it relentlessly on the radio and on the ride to school and on television and on TikTok and stuff. They know what the new drill hits are and stuff. They know what's hot on the streets. They're not bad. They're not dumb. But that's not my music, and I don't care. So they're going to know a lot better than me. But I still don't think any of those artists are good.
So petty that he orchestrated.
It's petty to say that like drill sucks, but it does. Drill sucks. The message in it sucks.
Beef between Biggie.
I'm getting that from Trap University, you know.
Tupac, so they would hate each other. They would hate each other. That's what he did. And at first I didn't believe it. I wanted to see some proof. Obviously you want some proof behind this. So let's start with the first thing that happened after Biggie's funeral. The raw, weeping heart of hip-hop grief, a city mourning a poet king. The allegation that he billed it to the entire estate. Oh, that's crazy. It's true.
He billed that funeral
because there was a
to
lawsuit
the
about
estate.
it.
Oh,
that Diddy won. Because he owned Biggie.
He owned Biggie. He bought Biggie.
The final sacred human.
He bought the masters to Biggie, bought his estate, bought his house and all that stuff after he died. So then he was just like, but it's my estate.
Act of goodbye and ran it through the accounting software. That's what he did. And it's not as if this was a made-up allegation. This has been known for years. Yeah, Diddy built the entire funeral to Biggie's estate. Diddy did that.
He fucking billed it. Who has the power to bill a funeral to somebody else's estate? You got to pay for that. I threw him a funeral. You got to pay for it. No, throw him in jail. That's stealing. That's embezzlement basically, or misappropriation, or stealing. It's stealing.
Sean Combs, he built the entire thing to Biggie's estate.
And it was terrible. It ruined the police for me. It ruined the song for me. It ruined Puff Daddy way worse than he already was, which I didn't think was possible. It wasn't fucking sad. It was really, really schlocky and fucking bad. I hated it. And it really did seem like somebody was like sucking that blood on a dead body. It was like a vampire had come, except there was no other victims around because he got them all wasted. So he started sucking the blood of a dead corpse, Christopher Wallace. And it was insane. I watched it today again. I was like, oh god, I forgot how bad the police thing was, where he's like on stage singing with Sting. I forgot how bad that was, and then he charged that all. It was like it's like he did an MTV Awards performance, which is like $5 million, and then he just charged it to Biggie's estate because he owned Biggie's estate. And that is stealing. That's stealing. You could probably put him in jail for that. You can't do that. You can't just go spend somebody else's money. There's a word for it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But it's misappropriation, I think. Or embezzlement. Or fraud. Fraud's probably the big blanket term. It's fraud. It's fucking fraud. It's buying something, making something, acting like you're going to pay for it, and then charging it to the victim's estate. That's fraud. It's fucking fraud. And on top of it, it was probably really good for his career, too. So it's like, it's all selfish.
I was really perplexed by this. I said, oh, really?
I was perplexed by it when I watched part 2. I don't have the time to get through this. I do like one a day because I don't have time to sit around and binge watch 4 hours unless it's YouTube and I can show you guys. I don't have the time to binge watch a Netflix documentary for 4 hours. I just don't.
This is verified? Yeah.
I tried to tonight. I was like, well, I could just keep through and watch the rest of this now. I was like, nope. I'm going to do the dishes and go to work. I'm like a workaholic now, but I've never been a workaholic. I don't have any fucking history as a workaholic, and it's weird now. It seems like some kind of mental issue. Am I a workaholic, or am I just stuck on working? I don't know what it is. I don't think I'm a workaholic because I didn't work my whole life or whatever. I mean, I did, but I didn't work hard,
Won the lawsuit.
I worked a lot, but I didn't work hard. I was the guy who was like checking out. It's like, oh god, I don't have to come back here for 4 days. Yes. I hate working. I really do. I hate it. Like, you want to know why I hate working? Because everybody around can sense that I am the most powerful person there through my voice. through my personality, through my actions and the way I dress and the things that I do, everybody the fuck else there can tell that I've got a bigger ego and a bigger personality than everybody the fuck else. So guess what happens? Almost all of them either are intimidated by me or dislike me. And it's weird because intimidation's fun. You can make friends that way. You can be like, hey, I thought you were a weirdie when I first met you, but I really like you. You know, it's cool or whatever, right? But no, most people's response is you're too loud. You're kind of antagonistic. You're like a little bit like, you know, I had one girl tell me one time I was, God, it was the most harshest. It was a girl I fucked too. She was like, you're abrasive. Yeah, that's the word for it too. And I was like, shit, that's the word for it. And she was like, yeah, that you're abrasive. You just don't stop talking. You just don't calm down. You don't ever relax. And you feel you're high strung all the time. And you are the number one personality in the room, whether you like it, whether we like it or not, and all this stuff. And she's like, it's fun to be around for a little while. But after a while, it gets to be abrasive. And I swear to God, that damn near broke my heart. I was like, really? I'm abrasive? Yeah, we can go. She was right. I mean, it is the right word for it. Yeah, it's abrasive. It's abrasive. That's the word for it. It's like abrasive. You didn't get the whole word. Abrasive. I want the dictionary. Yeah, the meaning, right? What does abrasive mean, right? It's capable of polishing or cleaning a hard surface by rubbing or grinding. You're like kind of like that rough person that's there that rubs up against people. You kind of come up against people. You're sort of a little antagonistic and stuff. You're showing little concern for the feelings of others or harsh. You're kind of blunt, you know. You're not very sparing of their feelings and stuff. That's abrasive, yeah. And a substance used for grinding and polishing like sandpaper is another thing for abrasive. But mainly it's showing little concern for the feelings of others or kind of harsh. And that is something that does really fit my personality. It sucks, but I've been through some shitty shit in my life that I just don't have a lot of sympathy for other human beings or what they go through. It's cold and it's evil and it's Sith and it's not too good. It's not a good message to send, but I've been through so much shitty shit, you know, that I just shouldn't have been through. Then I just don't really like humans, and I don't think I got a fair. I think Monty got a raw deal or whatever, and I don't. That's an REM song that I really love. And yeah, after I think I got, you know, I'm the Monty that got I'm the dick that got a raw deal, and yeah, Monty got a raw deal, and I you know, and I got a raw deal, and I dislike humans, and it wasn't fun to drag myself up on my bootstraps out of the fucking gutter just because I was a drug addict. It wasn't fun, but I did it, and now I'm here, and you know, that's who I am. That's who I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I'm abrasive, I guess. I used to actually really feel shame about that. But no, now I'm just like, nope, abrasive is good. It means that you're not like the same wall. You're just not the wall. It means you're not the wallpaper. You're the sandpaper, you know? You're applying pressure. You're not the thing being applied pressure to.
Legally, he could do that. Morally, no, but legally he could do that. And he swept it on the rug. It's disgusting to do that.
I've got to pee, I'm sorry, so we're going to listen to this, but I'm going to step away for just a minute.
It's this inability to see where the ledger ends and the soul begins. It turns pallbearers into overhead. It turns eulogies into receivables. It reframes the entire friendship, a foundational bond in music history, as a client relationship. That's what happened. That's what happened. He charged the dead for their own mourning. Now this baffled me, obviously, but that's one of hundreds of things that he has done throughout this entire docuseries that destroyed me. I'd like to take a step back and talk about the beginning of how Diddy got his rise, because many people don't know what Diddy actually did. More than likely, you have heard a song that has been engineered or at least co-opted by Diddy. I was listening to some of the songs they were playing in the docuseries, and I said, oh my God, I didn't know Diddy was on this. So many things. He would interject himself into everything. And this is because of City College, 1991. 9 lives ended in a crush of chaos at a celebrity basketball game. It would have been legendary. The docuseries, Allegation reframes the aftermath. He said, all right, we got to corporately reconstruct. We got to use these deaths to show that this is good. This is good. He then put Bad Boy in his mother's name and in a partner's name, who I'll talk about later. He does this whole thing, this whole rigmarole, that his first instinct after 9 deaths isn't why, it's how. How do we shield the brand? How do we do that? And a lot of people think Diddy grew up in this hard gangster come up. He came from a private school. He came from a private school. You went to Cranbrook. That's a private school. He came from a private school. He doesn't know about the streets, but he wanted that aesthetic. He craved the aesthetic so much that he became that. He's a paper gangster, is what they call him in the docuseries. He is.
Yeah, I was a paper gangster until I was like selling meth and rolling with a hooker and trying to connect the West Coast to the Denver and all this shit, and maybe starting a hooker ring and all this stuff. I was a paper gangster for a long time. I was like, I'm hard, and I want them to believe I'm hard or whatever. But then I actually did it, and I really wish I kind of didn't. You know, I wish I didn't. It was a black mark on my life.
Insane with it. Now back to Diddy, if I could for a moment. Do you know when Diddy lost his life? When Diddy tragically lost his life? It was in LA. He didn't want to do that. As a matter of fact, in the docuseries, he said, I don't want to respond to Tupac talking mess about me because I really don't have any beef with him, because he's a really good friend. I don't understand where this is coming from. I feel like if I respond to the beef, it'll cause much anger. And people were saying, oh, Biggie's scared. Diddy was pushing the narrative that Biggie was scared. So because that's what he was trying to do, trying to get under his skin and all this stuff. And there's recordings of Biggie saying, yeah, Diddy, Sean Combs.
I forgot about this, but so one of the things Sean Puff Combs did is he packed some high school or something. I forget. He got a bunch of people to come to some free concert that he did. And they trampled and killed 9 people at his show. And he didn't do shit. He didn't do a single thing. He did nothing.
Combs, he was trying to make me seem like I was scared about it.
He tried to capitalize off the funeral.
And it's just over and over again. And Tupac didn't know, because Tupac was in prison. Tupac was in prison for something he definitely did. He essayed a girl. So Tupac is not the most holy person of all time, but he looks like a saint compared to Diddy at this point. But that's what Tupac ended up going through all this.
No, he doesn't.
And saying,
no, he doesn't.
Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. I don't like you. F your clique and F your crew, and then I F your girl and I F you too. It's the whole thing. And he say he slept with Biggie's wife, and Biggie's wife had to come out saying he didn't do that. And Biggie said, I don't. You can say you did that, but I know what's going on. Obviously you hurt. But Biggie didn't want to go to LA at all. He felt the heat. He smelled the danger. The streets were singing a dirge for Tupac, and the air was electric with vengeance. And Diddy said, we should throw a party here. Let's throw a party here. Let's throw a party. Did you know after Biggie went to LA, he was supposed to go to Europe to start this world tour. He was going to be one of the first artists to actually get an international presence. He was supposed to go to Europe, and then Biggie was supposed to be in Time magazine. Diddy stole Biggie being on Time magazine. And the allegation says he was convinced that a safer trip to London was shelved for the more dramatic, dangerous, narratively satisfying.
Yeah, this is what I watched today. They're like in the second episode, they made this point about how Puffy really wanted Biggie to go to London for some reason because he had set up a hit.
Return to enemy turf. This is the moment the movie producer in him overrode the human being. He stopped seeing Christopher Wallace, a father, a friend, a man with instincts. He saw the notorious B.I.G., a character in the epic East-West saga whose arc demanded a confrontation in a lion's den. He treated a man's fear as a plot point to be negotiated. That's what he did. And in that trade, lost Biggie's life. Diddy is completely responsible for the passing of notorious B.I.G.
Wow, that's now I don't think I can make that statement. I don't think I can make that statement. I think he should have said, I think that P. Diddy is completely guilty of being complicit of buying the deaths, the assassination, the paid assassinations of Biggie and Tupac. And I think this. I would never ever say it was just the truth. And this guy kind of jumped,
Christopher Wallace.
Take it with a grain of salt here, guys. We don't know. And he could get sued for saying that. Like, he could get sued for just saying he did kill Biggie. You know, he can get sued for saying that, and so could I. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know if P. Diddy killed Biggie or Tupac. That seems to be what the document wants us to think. But also remember, I don't think Curtis Jackson is... I mean, Curtis Jackson is a good person now, but he wasn't always a good person before he became a rapper, I don't think. A lot of crime in that person's past, I believe. And he could stand to sort of profit. He is profiting off it. He's profiting a great deal off of P. Diddy's loss. And while it looks good on paper, there might be something much, much more evil and insidious there too. He might be trying to just full-blown res the battlefield till he's the only rapper left, and that's kind of crazy too. So we'll see. It seems to be that all these rich people all have terrible cancel me now, you know, fucking problems that they're hiding from us, and that's maybe starting to come out. And I don't know where this is going to lead us. I don't know.
And that was insane.
I heard crazy names like Leonardo DiCaprio. Gloria Stefan was complicit in some kind of abduction scenario. There's all this weird shit that I haven't seen in the documentary yet.
Not a single person besides lawyers denies this. It's crazy. So there was this big thing. I made a community post about this, and I wanted to talk about this because I said Diddy basically admitted to taking the life of Tupac. Now, I'm going to explain what I mean by that. There was this audio from Keefe D. Keefe D was a gangster, and it's a very clear audio.
Yeah, like he did do this, and the guy
never before heard audio of Diddy saying it's a calm, measured business tone discussing a number. $1 million.
Yeah.
$1 million to take the life of Tupac. That's what he said.
And 50 Cent has known this, I think, for like 20 years, and he's quiet all the time because I think he's scared they'll come and take his fortune away somehow. But I think he's like old enough where he's like, nah, my kids can probably take care of themselves if they come and kill me or take my fortune away. And he's come to do war with these people. I do actually really respect it because it's like, this is what I would do. I would go against these people. I would be like, no, I would never have ever done this stuff that you did.
Bar for bar, beat for beat. If you don't believe me, look it up. Google it. I promise, Google this.
Honestly, it's worth doing just in the respect that rap might get way, way better. Rap could get good again if these piece of shit moguls aren't controlling the fucking radio waves because they're all like convicted of their weird pederasty and shit that they do all the time and stuff, and they're off the board. Dr. Dre gets canceled for, you know, beating his wife, and, you know, fucking all these people like P. Diddy get busted or shot or whatever. Maybe, just maybe, the chokehold that these piece of shit corpos have had on the fucking industry might just end, and we might actually get some music worth turning the radio on for. And you can see there's lots and lots of real motives here. You know, I hear this out of rap artists all the time. They'll put this on an album. A lot of rappers will say this. They'll be like, I can't stand the stuff on the radio, and I can't stand other rappers. And that's a real bad problem. You'll hear them say it in the rap lyrics. They're like, I can't stand the other rappers on the radio, and they're not pushing messages that I can get down with. And it's like, and rap is not good anymore. And you hear them say it in really twisted, weird rap lyrics and stuff, but they say it all the time. They're like, I can't stand what's happened to rap. And a lot of these people that are making really good music or made really good music and stuff, they live for good music, and the music hasn't been good. It got dry and shitty. And I'm hoping this is part of that. I hope this sort of ends up being like if we can find reform through prosecution. Oh my God, one can dream. If we can find reform of the music business the music industry through prosecution of its bad actors. We could find reform of the gun industry for prosecution of its bad actors, prosecution of the politicians, bad actors and stuff. I want, they used to say, remember the fervor that we had for McCarthyism and stopping communism? I don't really know if communists are a threat right now. They seem to loan us trillions of dollars and are our greatest debtors and lenders, right? I don't know. Maybe they're not our friends, but they're definitely not our enemies. They are loaning us a lot of money, right? So looking at communism, I am not saying I want communism in America. I'm saying I think you guys have screwed up the evil of communism and have for like 100 years and it's like a phantom fear communism, because it almost never actually comes and hurts us. I can't think of a time that communism hurt us outside of like weird Cold Wars and stuff like that, where, honestly, the Russians helped us in World War II. If you recall, they helped us fight Hitler and shit. Communists, I don't know. I don't think communism ever needs to be in America, really. Maybe some form of socialism or something, but it'll always be capitalist, and I'm okay with that. But what I do want is reform. And if we could get prosecution of these musicians, we could get prosecution of Donald Trump. If we can get prosecution, and I know it sounds like lawfare and just solving all of our problems with lawsuits and life in jail and stuff, and it is pushing the prison industrial complex. But if all these bad actors have still been making billions of dollars past when we knew that they've been rapists or murderers or child molesters or thieves or fraud artists or whatever, I don't know. I think we could have some reform, and the way that we could do it is go after corruption with the fervor. And I mean, that's what the right wing pushed with Doge, but I mean, I don't want that. I don't know. I don't know if it's jail. I don't know what it is, but it's something. It's like I want recognition that these people aren't really good idols. And I think our country could actually go back to a good place where our politicians aren't scumbags like Donald Trump or I don't know, fucking, what's another bad president? Nixon or something, right? And our musicians aren't like P. Diddy, and and our daughters aren't hookers, and our sons aren't drug dealers, and and the world isn't a ghetto, and all this other stuff. To get there, we need reform. And I think the first thing should be like, if you did a crime and you continue to make billions of dollars and you're using that money to hide the fact that you did a crime, you must face a higher punishment. We can't kill them. We can't put them in life for jail. I think we take their money and we freeze it. And I don't know, did they freeze P. Diddy's money? Did the government take P. Diddy's money? Yeah, when these pieces of shit fuck up like this, they get RICO'd for racketeering because they're always dodging taxes. That's how they actually make any extra money. They're actually not rich. They're not kidding when they say that. They just get rich if they dodge taxes, and that's called racketeering. Catch a RICO doing that, and they did bust him for RICO. He is guilty of being a tax cheat. So claiming his businesses were used for illegal activities like sex trafficking and money laundering, right? While some cash was seized during raids and a former CFO mentioned suspicious transactions, the government's goal is to confiscate property and funds tied to the alleged crimes, which could include his empire if proven criminal, though this is contested. So they will take his empire. The government is the winner here because they step in and nobody's the winner because there's nothing but victims. So the government comes in and steals his money, which is just fucking trippy too. I'm not really sure. I guess it makes sense because, like, in a perfect world, I think that money would go to pay for roads and schools and make taxes cheaper and stuff. But I don't think it does. I think it ends up in people like Donald Trump's pockets somehow. And so I'm not even really sure I want the government taking it. Well, I guess I do want the government taking his money. It's better than him keeping his money. But why should the government get that money? I think every time one of these shitheads get busted and their whole empire is taken by the government, why doesn't that go to the public? Because we're the ones who are hurt. But instead, the Fed just gets to step with all of that money and all those mansions that he's got. And it's like, why does the Fed, were the Fed the victims here? No, there were victims in this case. That money should be pieced out to pay for all the victims' families, like reform and, or not reform, but, healing and all that stuff. And we want to reform the situation. We want to actually fix and make it so the victims feel like they got justice and are healing and got closure and stuff and aren't left to dry in poverty or whatever after this sort of thing. And so it's weird that all that money goes to the Fed. I feel that it should go to the victims. If he's losing the empire because there was sexual assault victims and abduction scenario victims and such, I think that money should go to the victims. Why would it go to the Fed? The Fed uses it to do stuff like bomb Venezuela, and then just more problems happen, But also, I don't want him keeping it either. So I don't know. I guess the Fed's the only real easy answer to that solution. But you gotta wonder, every time one of these shitheads goes belly up and is embarrassed in public in a way where the lawyers can't finagle them out of it with good money or whatever, you gotta kind of wonder, like, does the Fed take like a 10 billion win every time one of these guys gets busted for sex or whatever? It's crazy. It's like, how much does the Fed make off that? That's insane. Shouldn't that money go to the public and the victims? We're the ones who were harmed by all this shit. I mean, I wasn't harmed by P. Diddy, but I feel like the music industry was harmed by P. Diddy, and that harms everybody. So it's like, why wouldn't the money kind of go to the victims first? And if they're like all of a sudden all taken care of and their grandkids are taken care of, then any extra money, maybe go to the public. Like, send us a check for $1.50 or something. Send that money to the public. It shouldn't go to the Fed. What the fuck does the Fed do with it? They go fund foreign wars and shit like that. That's another corruption issue. It's like every time one of these shitheads goes belly up, the Fed gets to go fight some other war with the $10 billion that they seize from him or whatever.
He said it's
gold toilets. You always wonder where the gold toilets come from. It's because when they bust these assholes, they take their empires and they probably move the gold toilet seats right from their McMansion straight to the White House. It's crazy. I bet it probably does happen. It's insane. Why would you waste gold toilet seats when you want them for your Capitol building to impress foreign dignitaries and stuff? Well, you could probably just, steal them from fuck-ups who get busted for child sex. The Fed has the sweet spot here. They just get the whole estate. The Fed didn't work for the estate. Give that money to the fucking victims or the public. Like, break it all down to some crazy amount. Like, it turns out he was worth like 1.6 billion. We liquefied all of it, right? Piece that down to all 50 victims in his case or whatever. Give them each $1 million or whatever. Save their lives. Make their lives better. But no, it goes to the fucking Fed and they use it to go bomb Venezuela. There's so much injustice in this story in so many different ways that even in the end, if he pays and loses his whole empire, all that does is create bombs over Venezuela.
I'm showing you the article. It's right there. I'm showing everything. And the horror is in the cadence, the mundane administrative chill of it. This is the sound of power, so absolute, so insulated, that it begun to speak the language of God.
I have a distaste for it. You notice I'm not playing video games right now because I feel like gaining knowledge about this is so crucial to the next few days that I'd rather learn the knowledge of what is actually going on with our celebrities and shit. I feel it's almost more important than playing games because it's like, is the whole fucking Hollywood Jenga about to fall due to Epstein and P. Diddy, just two guys, and the whole fucking thing completely crumbles into a fucking sad amalgamation of sexual assault, rape, and murder and stealing? Like it's just in all of Hollywood and all of the music industry falls or whatever. I'm fucking terrified of it. And so I'm like more scared of that happening and me not knowing it and understanding what the perils of that is than like me not playing video games on a video game stream. It's kind of crazy. It's like I'd rather watch this because I feel like I might need it. I might actually need this information to survive what happens if these rich people get outed in public for being the pederasts that they are, and they all start to fall like dominoes in a big chain of child molestation and shit, and bribery and non-disclosure agreements and corruption. They could choose to do something to us. They could I don't really see why they can't drop a nuclear bomb right on some city or something like that. I really don't see why these rich people can't directly fuck with the public. What's to stop them? They can't. I don't think there is anything. They can easily order a whole bunch of drone strikes all over this country and blame it on somebody else. And that's what I'm really scared of. It's like every time one of these assholes topples, all these other Mexican fucking standoff assholes who are willing to shoot everybody else in the room in the fucking head with nuclear warheads and shit steps in trying to take the fucking power that vacuumed out when the last asshole raped children or whatever. And it's like, God damn it, man, I don't want a world built on sexual assault, fucking non-disclosure agreements, lies, and 20 years of being at the top of the music industry before they figure out that you ordered a bunch of dudes to get whacked and, you raped a bunch of children and convinced like little girls to fucking become pop stars and stuff. It's fucking weird. It's like so weird. And it is this complete lack of control. And the corruption, it's leaking into everything. And now our biggest problem is everybody in the world knows, every last human being on this fucking planet, even that weird tribe in the fucking island that doesn't ever permit anybody else from the outside to ever go there and stuff. Even that weird tribe of like 300 people that just won't let anybody else in on their island or whatever, right? Even they know that everyone on the planet is after the bag now. Money is the new god. Money is their god. They worship it. It's the only thing they respect. They don't consider Satan when they rape children, I don't think. I think money is the only fucking consideration at all. I think it is. I think money is their god now. And I don't know what to do about that. It's an entire fucking country of completely moralist, like people cast adrift in a sea of ethicless, like just an ethicless world, like cast adrift in a sea of greed. And now they don't care what you do for money. It could even be P. Diddy fucking, doing like little girls or whatever. They don't care what you do for money now because it is the only thing that matters to them. They don't care what you do. They'll put you in jail if you fuck up and get caught. But they actually don't. I don't think the people that have money care what you do. As long as money is observed and money changes hands, so they all can keep worshiping that money. It's insane. So now all the billionaires can kill people, and all the children are getting raped, and David killed that little girl, and all this weird stuff that's happening, and stupid ass fucking Ezra fucking Miller like fucking rapes a little Navajo girl or whatever, and they put him on the cover of Flash Gordon or whatever for Marvel. And they just let him ride in the industry like his fucking pederasty and stealing a child just didn't happen or whatever. Kind of like Tupac's rape case. And that's why I'm never going to listen to Tupac ever again. They made his rape case go away. I just don't see how that's a positive black male role model anymore. I don't think he did teach me stuff about ghetto. I think he taught me about stuff about maybe being lawless, I don't know. And I'm not maybe as big of a fan as I used to be. I'm waking up to it.
Creation and destruction are just different kinds of procurement. It's a window into a psychology that is so devoid of human emotion.
Yeah.
It's a menu where everything, even murder, has a price.
He's saying the exact same thing that I just said. I think I said it better, which is that money is their god. So an easier way to say it, money is their god now. It is the only thing that they observe. It is the only thing that they respect. They don't care what you do for the fucking bag. They don't care who you hurt. They don't care about a trail of victims that you leave or missiles launched or anything. They don't care about wars. They don't care about anything. It's only the bag. It's only, do you have the bag? Is it like it's do you have the bag? If you have the bag, you have Riz. If you don't, then you don't have Riz, and it's just the bag. That's it. That's the entirety of what eats up the entirety of mankind's fucking like focus. Basically, everybody does something. Everybody's doing stuff, but money dictates everything we do now, which is disgusting. Music was never about money. The musicians weren't famous until, musicians didn't ever get paid for doing music until 1960 or something like that. It wasn't something that we normally did. We'll toss you some coins, and we'll toss you a lot of coins if there's a lot of us in one place and you knock down the house. There is such things as plays since as long as Greek times and stuff, and comedy and tragedies, and we do theater and music and stuff, and we charge to put butts in the seats and all that. But it's, I don't know, I don't know where I lost my train of thought. But it's all the bag. It's always the bag. God damn it, you skipped the fucking video. Did you skip the video? You skipped the video. I didn't even do anything. You fucking piece of shit cocksucking fucking developer. What is wrong with you? You skip my video constantly. It's the mouse 4.
So I just got done watching
mouse
that
5 thing is so
narratively satisfying return to enemy turf. This is the moment the movie producer in him overrode the human being.
Yeah.
He stopped in destruction or just different kinds. This is the main crux of what you want to understand about the Diddy documentary.
Yeah.
He organized the old day. I could talk about joy.
Oops, sorry. Here we go.
So let's talk about the most contention point. Everybody keeps talking about the.
No, sorry.
There's this big thing. I made a community post about this, and I want to talk about this because I said Diddy basically admitted to taking the life of Tupac. Now, I'm gonna explain what I mean by that. There was this audio from Keefe D. Keefe D was a gangster, and it's a very clear audio, and it's never before heard audio of Diddy saying, it's a calm, measured business tone discussing a number, $1 million. $1 million to take the life of Tupac. That's what he said. Bar for bar, beat back to him. It's gross. Let's talk about Clayton Howard. So, let's talk about the most contention point. Everybody keeps talking about the freak offs. Everybody keeps saying, "Oh, it was a bunch of consensual adults having a fun time." You can't really get mad about that. It's just they were.
You can. It's a bunch of adults sleeping with little 15-year-old girls. You can get angry about it, and we do cancel you, and we usually put you in jail, and quite rightfully so.
Freak offs is fine.
No. He's in jail right now.
No.
This is for, racketeering, I guess?
No, Clayton Howard talks about this.
How is P. Diddy? P. Diddy cannot walk the streets. If he gets out of jail, they're going to have to show up in a bulletproof van and take him to some bulletproof place because the Crips are probably have definitely put a price on his head too. Because he outed and definitely got a bunch of Crips busted. And I'm sure they put a price on his head. So it's crazy. It's just like that Jeffrey Epstein. He's not likely to live much longer. It's insane. I would take wagers on, remember how they had that predictive betting stuff that they freaked out about? I bet there's wagers on how long he'll live. It's insane because it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people gunning for him now, I think.
And he explains the freak offs in full detail.
Some of the victims' families are going to have men who feel like they can't do anything for the women in their family who were hurt. Some of them are probably husbands of these girls. I know because I've been one. I've been a boyfriend of a girl who was sex trafficked. And it wasn't by me, and I've never engaged in it or whatever. But, the powerlessness that makes you feel is, I can't describe it, but it's like you're ready to go grab a gat, drive across town, end that human's life, no hesitation, no problem. If they ask you why, you calmly tell the officer, you place the gun down and tell them to cuff you and stuff, and you say why, you tell them why, right? And that's how I felt about it, and that's how I still feel about it after she told me what happened. So now you got to remember, there was how many victims in this case? There was like a lot. There was a lot of little girls and Rihanna's and stuff that got hurt. And there was like, 30 victims or something like this. And they all came forward with terrible, terrible stories. And there's men in those women's lives who can't be considered men by their community, not totally, if they haven't done something to help their daughter feel like they reached closure with their attacker. P. Diddy himself will not be able to leave jail without a Crip price on his head, probably. When the Crips thing went to the documentary, this was harmful to the Crips. Probably pretty harmful to them. And so I guarantee there's probably some kind of jokey price on fucking P. Diddy's head that a Crip might actually try to cash in on, Because the Crips probably really don't like P. Diddy now and probably have put like a price on his head, which is insane. That's why they protect him in prison. There's all the people in the prison who have no hope of ever getting out of prison, who don't care about killing another man who rapes children. And he's got to dodge those too. There's the like I just marvel at how much danger he's actually in. I don't think anybody's ever been as much danger. Maybe Hitler, right? Hitler, when he was in the bunker, was probably in more danger. But like honestly, I can't think of anybody else who's ever been in more danger, because the Crips are fucking gunning for him. The whole world is gunning for him. People who don't like child molesters, who are looking to prove a point and make a name for themselves, are gunning for him. So when he exits fucking prison, we could easily have a Luigi who just shows up and caps him like some kind of Jack Ruby or whatever. It's just insane. It is like that. There's very, very bad risk of that. And it's not like I want his life to continue, but I also don't wish him to lose his life either. I just think that he should face his time in prison, and I think it should have been life in jail. He affected so many different lives. I don't know how those juries and prison and fucking judges didn't give him life in jail, because he caused so much damage to so many different people's lives. That is the proportion, that should have happened. But I don't know. He skated on 50 months, which to me is a joke, a joke, like a fucking joke. It feels like Donald Trump fucking Welton dealt here or something. There's some weird shit going on in the background, like somebody cut him a break or something. It's insane. And now he's got the IRS gunning for him, and it'll take them years to unravel the amount of stealing he's probably been doing with all of his little entities and everything. And they've only been on him for like, 3 years, something. So they've got at least probably another 7 to 15 years in their investigation. And they're just going to keep finding more and more stuff that he did. I guarantee it. There's all the stuff we don't know. There's all the stuff that came out in the trial. And then there's all the other stuff that they can't prove. And that's stuff they don't talk about, because he sues for defamation and he gets $1 billion off of CNN or something, just like Donald Trump. So they don't, they don't fuck with defamation. They won't say something about him in the public that isn't true, because they know he can just come and take their money, right? He can just sue them and take them for everything, take their defamation money, like Donald Trump. So nobody will say anything about him that isn't true. That's another really crazy thing. And that's actually another really, he does have, or no, I guess they've taken his money. So now he can't even afford to pay lawyers. They froze his money, so he can't afford to pay lawyers anymore. So no, he can't keep like a crazy O.J. Simpson level of like lawyers on retention, like going 24/7 trying to solve all his problems and everything, like Donald Trump. I don't think he has any help from anybody now, which is crazy. I mean, it's weird to watch a rich person so disgraced and so lost, because usually they actually look out for each other. It's sort of nuts. It's like usually rich people don't face almost any punishment. So anyways,
weren't parties. They were scheduled, choreographed
rape sessions
with rules and roles and all this stuff. Flights booked.
It was like rape. It was like a rape dungeon, and they were videotaping it. It's basically snuff. They were like doing snuff. Celebrities doing snuff stuff, because there was always somebody who shouldn't have been there.
Phone calls made. It was disgusting.
There was people abducted against their will and stuff like this. There was weird shit that they did.
It was people getting violated.
Yeah, they like so the crappiest story we heard, and that's probably in part 4. I'm on part 2, but I haven't heard the crappiest story. But the crappiest, craziest story I've ever heard in my life, I think it was the wing dinger of all stories I've ever heard in my fucking life. Some dude was talking for like 15 minutes on a video I watched just 2 days ago, and he was like, yeah, they abducted me, and because of my ties in the music industry and the fact that I was gay, I angered Puffy, so they abducted him, and they drug him through a tunnel through Gloria Stefan's house, and they forced him to wear like a dildo hat and walk naked through the freak off. And he was made fun of by all the celebrities there. Which, you know, and they lubed him up and raped him. They lubed him up. Like, he woke up and he had been raped, and it was like they wanted him to know. They left all kinds of Vaseline all over all of his orifices, and it was like a bunch of celebrities gang raped him, and while he was unconscious, they drugged his ass. They brought him through Gloria Stefan's tunnel, and this is like court evidence. And now, and Gloria Stefan has a tunnel that connects to P. Diddy's house. That's the truth. Which is just, why does Gloria Stefan have a tunnel connected to P. Diddy's fucking house? It's just the weirdest story I've ever fucking heard. It's crazier than fiction. You couldn't dream it up. It's just fucking crazy. But that's what I heard, and I don't believe they would have said it if it wasn't true. The guy was testifying. It was crazy. He was testifying, and he was like, yeah, they abducted me. They lubed up every orifice. They drugged me. They made me disappear for 3 days. I woke up at the freak off feeling violated in every orifice, and there was Vaseline in every orifice. That's the story he told. That is not a freak-off party. That is a S&M snuff dungeon thing where you might have to kill the guy afterwards, or he might end your empire, which is what happened. Now, they didn't kill the guy, but he did lose his empire, and that story came out. Now, what is going on with Gloria Stefan? Why did I hear that there's a tunnel in Gloria Stefan's house to fucking P. Diddy's basement? What are they doing in P. Diddy's basement with Gloria Stefan? It's just stupid. And why is Leonardo DiCaprio at these parties? That's what we heard, and this is court evidence, you understand? It's like they can't say that stuff without catching a very, 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 very desired libel, slander, or what's that one when you lie in court? It's perjury, right? So they're desperate. The P. Diddy's defense is fucking desperate. I don't know if he prepaid lawyers before they jacked his money or what, or now he's maybe dealing with a fucking public defender. I don't know what his deal is. If they seized his money, he can't pay lawyers. So are they just working for free or what? I mean, I don't know. Are they pro bono for him or what? Who would protect him pro bono? Nobody. So it's just sort of like, yeah, so like, what's the deal there? Does P. Diddy have lawyers anymore? Which is the weird sheer absurdity of this particular case. It has these faceted layers of onions level. It's like onion level of layers of weird shit that happened around this case. It's just insane. It is like the most technologically marveling law case I think ever in the modern era, because it affects so many people and it has so many problems and it has so many issues, and just like, you know, and I can't believe he only caught 50 months for all the stuff that they know he did. And that guy testified, and I don't think he was lying. It's so specific and so crazy. And the names that they dropped, they were like, yeah, I'm walking, like they have me in the guy was like, yeah, they have me in a dick hat and they're walking me around naked. And Beyonce is like, why is there a naked white dude standing in this freak off? That was the quote, and that's the language that they used in the court trial in the P. Diddy court trial. That is the court evidence. That is the allegations, is that he was doing crazy things like full-blown abducting people and just raping them in some kind of crazy celebrity-filled rape dungeon scenario where they were all throwing their potential futures away so they could like rape some poor person or some little girl like Rihanna. And it sounds like Jeffrey Epstein, because I think it might have been. I think it's that same crew. I think all those same people that were at the freak-offs are also Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Some of them are like Leonardo DiCaprio. They've been named. And I want to puke in the fucking sink. And I love Leonardo DiCaprio's work, but now I don't like the man. And I would say his most special work for me was the two big ones were Romeo and Juliet and The Aviator. And I thought The Aviator was the best modern classic made, I think, short of maybe Dallas Buyers Club or, I don't know, like Birdman or one of those that wins the Oscar or whatever, or like Black Swan or something. But yeah, like in terms of good, it was just so good. And I don't know. So anyway, I lost my train of thought. I'm getting a little bit tired.
Without their knowing. It was nasty.
Yeah, it was nasty. It was like a celebrity rape dungeon scenario where they were throwing, like they were gambling. The whole point of it was they were gambling with this idea that they were all recording it. Everybody knew, and yet they were all gonna skate. All of them. They're just basically, because nobody says anything. Nobody said anything at all. And that was the assumption. There's just nobody, whatever happens to the freak off stays at the freak off or whatever. Even the victims were kind of expected to do that. They probably were paid to do that too. And so, I don't know, but now that we know that the room was filled with people like Gloria Estefan and Leonardo DiCaprio at P. Diddy's freak off, where does that lead? Have we been worshiping child molesters and only child molesters the last 20 years? Are they only famous because they all have non-disclosure agreements and their industry plants? It's kind of crazy. It scares me how deep it might actually go. And I don't like conjecture. I just like court evidence. So I'm going off court evidence. All we truly know is that they were like a gang of celebrities, and this is the fucking truth. It's what's come out in the court case, and why he wasn't sunk for it, I don't really know. But I mean, the allegations are fucking crazy, and they haven't prosecuted him for all of this stuff yet. He's got other cases coming. So now they're saying that he was like full blown rocking the fucking celebrity thing, like Molly's Game or something like that. You guys ever see Molly's Game? It's about the true fucking card game that after I heard about it, I couldn't believe how much of a douchebag I thought he was. It's kind of insane. But Molly's Game is like a real thing where forget who the celebrity is. Is it Scott Pilgrim guy? I think it is. It's Scott Pilgrim guy. What's his name? Scott Pilgrim actor. Jason or something. I forget his name. Scott Pilgrim actor was Michael Cera. Yeah, Michael Cera runs a celebrity card game where the buy-in is $1 million. Michael Cera's celebrity card game, right? And so yeah, like we're learning that they hang out in packs. And they do really, really high stakes, weird, crappy things like Adrenochrome or Molly's Game or Tobey Maguire. I'm sorry. So it wasn't Michael Cera. It was Michael Cera playing Tobey Maguire. Yeah, but Tobey Maguire. Yeah, we love Tobey Maguire. That's Tobey Maguire was who played Frodo, right? Who played Frodo? Is that actor? I can't remember. Who played Frodo? I can't remember. Elijah Wood. No, I'm thinking of Elijah Wood, but no. Tobey Maguire, he's a really good fucking actor too. I really like him. I can't think of all the stuff he's done, but he's really fucking good, yeah. But he runs a corrupt, I wouldn't say it's corrupt at all, actually. It has all kinds of rules, and it's really, really solid, and you can't fuck around with it, and people have tried, and they've been busted and stuff. But he runs $1 million, for some reason, Tobey Maguire runs $1 million celebrity game where he invites like the top like 24 people on people's top 100 or whatever. And they all meet and they all like drink and they all tell stories about the children that they've raped or whatever the fuck they've done. And that is weird too. I'm sure that's weird. I'm sure that when these celebrities get together in packs, the money makes it so that they can't get a thrill from normal stuff anymore, like butt sex or weed like everybody else or whatever. They have to rape children, or bring Rihanna over from Barbados at the age of 15 and use her virginity as a way to seal a record deal and shit like this. And that is an allegation, by the way. That's an allegation that they're going to talk about later. We haven't got to the Rihanna thing, but I did hear that they say that he brought Rihanna over from Barbados when she was like 15, and she was being sold to all those celebrities. And when they found out she could sing, and she fucked all of them, the night she fucked all of them, they signed her for like a $15 million fucking record deal, which just went directly into her fucking pocket instantly, really, which completely changed her fundamentally. And they say that they do this to all of the women that they find worthy of their circles or rape or whatever the fuck it is they want to do to the women. They say that Beyonce is particularly a bad member of their scene. You know, there's a terrible scene I've never liked in one of my favorite movies called Gatsby, where they're all at the bar drinking, and the fucking douchebag is just bragging about all the stupid shit that he does and all the women he has and all that, and he's like talking about pills, and he's like going to the bathroom and drinking too much and stuff. And that whole bar scene, where all the bankers are meeting and drinking and stuff, that's kind of what celebrities do now. They like get together in big packs and they do sensitive stuff that they don't want the world to know they're doing for a thrill. And P. Diddy's freak-offs were enough to sink. I don't know. Like, I don't know all the names. Who are the celebrities implicated, excuse me. Who are the celebrities implicated in the freak-offs? Because it's going to unravel Hollywood. They were in there raping little girls like Rihanna when she was 15. Jay-Z and Beyonce and shit were turning blind eyes to it, and or just full-blown doing it. Something about it. Leonardo DiCaprio, Mariah Carey, Marlon Wayans, Dawn Richard, I don't know who that is. There's Adria English, Cassie Ventura, Jay-Z and Beyonce. Like they're famous for lacing the drinks. You know, there was a rape choke, a very, very, very thinly guised rape choke in Parks and Rec that I thought was so risque. They go to drink at the Viper Room, and the scummy perfume salesman, or sorry, the perfume creator that's like trying to make money off of the club scene, and he bought the club and stuff with what's his name, and there's this implicated scene where they're like Aubrey Plaza asks, yeah, like man, I was so fucking wasted. What's in snake juice? And I think they're actually talking about the liquor at Diddy parties. I think celebrities, due to their cult of fucking people that follow them around or whatever, they conceal all the time. But I think celebrities lace the drinks at their parties all the time. I think it's expected. And this culture never gets talked about because nobody ever like wants to anger them. They have all the money, so they can just come offer some. Maybe they do want to talk about it because then they get a nice non-disclosure agreement payment or whatever. But overall, nobody wants to talk about them because maybe the celebrity kills them. You know, maybe the celebrity like hires a dude to kill them, like P. Diddy did.
And he did it.
There is assassins in the world. They are. I hate to say it, but I would be surprised if assassins weren't common, frankly. I think assassins are actually a lot more common than we realize. I think there's paid killers in every country. And so it's weird to say that these men can't be got, or that assassins aren't there, or that they can't be used by celebrities to silence people is not really a reality. We know that these paid killers get busted all the time, and then they talk about their 50 victims or whatever. It's insane. We know it. It happens. And so yeah, like the court evidence is what I go with, and it took a long time. Remember, Diddy got remember right around when. I remember it was like right around when New World's expansion, what was it called? Elysian Wilds came out. We had that big expansion and everybody named their character some variation of P. Diddy, because P. Diddy had just hit the news for the 1,000 gallons of lube and the freak offs, right? And everybody named their character P. Diddy. There was like 5,000 of them. It was disgusting. They all named their character that. It was so bad. They were all talking about lube and parties and freak offs, and it was just all day in the chat. It was so dumb. And that's how long ago that was, when the public convicted in their own eyes, you know, P. Diddy for child rape and weird sex perversion stuff, and that he should be in jail. It was like long before he was in jail. And then they finally did make the jail reality, and they went after him. But remember, the public dropped their blade on the judgment thing. John Q. Public judged him way back when the Elysian Wilds came out for New World. When was that? That was like, you know, when did Elysian Wilds come out? It was like, I remember that the P. Diddy thing happened the week Elysian Wilds came out. It's a good way to actually, Elysian Wilds came out. Yep, October 3rd, 2023. They were on fire. The only word you saw in the chat was P. Diddy. It was like they were on fire. They were just, all the trolls were like, P. Diddy lube, P. Diddy lube, P. Diddy lube, did he do it, did he do it, did he do it, did he do it? All day long, it was like that for weeks and weeks and weeks. It was months of it. I hated it. It was disgusting. It got way, it was just not fun. It was funny the first couple of days. By the third day, it was just like, shut the fuck up about P. Diddy. It was so fucking annoying. So, and I remember this, and this was October 3rd, 2023. So for like 2 years now, yeah, like for 2 years now, he's been publicly triggered by John Q. Public. I mean, they dropped the blade. They think he's guilty. They don't think he should get out. They dropped their blade, right? I didn't say that. I did not agree with that opinion. And it sounds like I'm defending him, but I'm not. It's more about, I would like to be careful because we didn't know until this documentary and the fucking court evidence what actually happened. And it's very dangerous to jump to conclusions. One of the things I disliked about Puffy is he always felt like some kind of sidekick character personality to me. Like like Mace made sense for him. Mace followed him around for like 5 years, and Mace was such an idiot. And like, I don't like Mace at all. I'm sure he's got problems too. And like, or I don't know Mace, whatever. I don't know. Who knows? Is Mace weird too? I'm sure people have typed that into Google. But anyways, Mace followed him around like a butt buddy sidekick guy, like Westerners do with their cowpoke fucking sidekicks and stuff. And like, but the problem with P. Diddy is he doesn't have his own personality. He's like this talented Mr. Ripley. And I think there's some other mind here. I don't think P. Diddy's smart enough to do all of this. I think there's some other criminal in his circle that's telling him everything that he does. I don't think he's smart enough to come up with the parties. I don't think his background is smart enough to come up with the parties. I think in one of these shitty parties that he threw when he was a teenager, he just happened to stumble into a high society party and meet the right people, like fucking Zip or whatever they were saying the guy's name was. And then suddenly he was like affiliated with the Crips, and he was like using them to kill Biggie, and he had millions and millions of dollars overnight. He was hanging out with Jay-Z and Beyonce and building their careers and shit like this. And they were like, where did this come from? This kid's from a private school in the Bronx or whatever. Where did this come from? And it can come from anywhere, but I'm beginning to think that there's some other criminal here that's way, way worse. It's going to be worse because they're just walking free. They're using him as a fall guy. I don't think P. Diddy, when you read P. Diddy in public, when he talks, he tries to talk like some villain that like you would see on a Hollywood film because he thinks that's cool. But no, I think he's got some Suge Knight type in his fucking personal life that he doesn't ever talk to since this case started, that I think is guiding him like some kind of crazy fucking... That's the guy on the phone. It's the lawyer. The lawyer that's kibitzing with him or something is maybe as evil as he is. Their lawyers might be real dirty numbers, but, I mean, defense lawyers are not inherently evil. We need criminals to get a defense, too, because sometimes it's false allegations. So, criminals need defense lawyers. Defense lawyers are needed, but some of these lawyers, I'm guessing there's a nasty hip-hop lawyer around him who's hiding in the shadows that even the girls that he lubes up might not know about, who met him way back in one of those fucking parties that's like his weird dom sub fucking murderer couple guy, and he has to run the dom sub dungeons for that guy. They said it was P. Diddy was running the shots, but remember, he was videotaping the entire fucking thing. What sex rapist likes to videotape their crimes? I'm sure it happens, but it's like really weird when it does happen, because usually, the police will use that to sink you with no ever chance of ever walking out of it. So most people will not self-incriminate themselves by like videotaping rapes and stuff like that. But I think these people did for whatever reason. I believe in the trouble that travels in threes. I wrote a song about it in the last couple of years, and it's the trouble that you don't understand, that you can't see, that you don't know yet, and it's something that you can't predict. And I've still reserved my judgment on fucking P. Diddy's. Like, I know he's guilty, and I've hung him to dry just like the public has. I'm no different. But the difference is I'm scared of whoever was smart enough to train him how to be this way, because like little private kids from the Bronx, they don't end up like this. Jay-Z ended up like this is because somebody taught him. I fuck the G-Ride. I want the machines that are making them. Somebody taught P. Diddy all of this stuff. It's going to be a gaggle of celebrities, probably. It's people like Gloria Estefan and fucking, I always thought of Leonardo DiCaprio as some kind of voyeur for some reason. I always thought the way that the steely-eyed gaze that Leonardo has is like the gaze of a voyeur, somebody who likes to see everything around him. And I wonder maybe if there's some really evil hidden people in the background here, and they're going to be popped like moles, and it's going to sicken all of the world. And I think that's what they've been saying, If the linchpin of Hollywood falls, that linchpin might be the linchpin that's holding up Donald Trump. Because if they're all affiliated with Donald Trump, if they're all at the same cigar bars with the same briberies and buying Rihanna when she's 15 and Melania when she's 15 and shit, and riding on the fucking, the Lolita Express and dodging and getting pardoned and getting fucking 50 months when it should have been 100 and stuff like this. It's just weird. And I don't know, Epstein gets his sweetheart deal where they like made love to him in prison, basically the most sweetheart prison sentence anybody's almost ever got, And I'm not scared of P. Diddy. I think he was the guy who actually was honest enough to be out in the open about it. And it's weird, of all those bad people, he might actually be the most honest one, because he wasn't hiding at all. The other shadowy, shitty people that were with him, they taught him how to do this. His friends in the Bronx, his rap friends that supposedly sold drugs in the market and stuff. Sure, they're racy people, but I don't think they taught him how to gang rape fucking 15-year-olds with celebrities and get out through the non-disclosure agreements and the videotapes and stuff. Somebody taught him how to do that. The kids from the Bronx, they don't have an inherent skill to do that, and he was skilled enough to do it on his own. But no, everybody that meets him says that he's like this talented Mr. Ripley of a fucking chameleon personality that just mirrors everybody around him, and he doesn't have his own personality, and it freaks everybody out. Does that speak to intelligence or this kind of knowledge to be able to actually get away with raping a 15-year-old girl in a room full of celebrities? somebody there is muting cell phones, probably running like full-blown running electromagnetic interference on the teenagers that are hanging around them with cell phones that go directly out to Instagram and stuff like this. I hear stuff about that all the time, like don't tweet this, don't bring your phones and all this stuff. Celebrities say that all the time, don't bring your phones, because they know that you'll tweet out right there live that they're getting a blowjob or they're gay or they're having a threesome with you. And yeah, it's two dudes or something, whatever it is, and they know you're going to tweet it. So they're like, don't bring your phones and stuff. That whoever's telling them not to bring their phones and is keeping the lawyer and non-disclosure agreement business all day and is bribing them in the background, someone's really evil here. And it's not going to be P. Diddy. P. Diddy's a fucking moron. That's what 50 Cent's been saying, and he's dangling it like a fucking carrot because we want to know if it's one of these crazy Hollywood executives and it chains back to like 500 more people or something. That will topple the rich power structure in America, which is not only not good for the public, it's not good for the rich, but it's also not good for America. It will make us incredibly weak in the fucking eyes of the world. If the whole world thinks that every last one of our cults of personalities is a fucking rapist. That's what's happening. Our reputation is fucking terrible because of people like P. Diddy. Everybody thinks we're fucking party rapists, and we're not. We're not party rapists. Not all of us, no.
Here. March 9th, the anniversary of Biggie's death. That's disgusting. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. To have a freak off March 9th on allegedly your best friend's death, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. It's a man trying to prove again and again that.
But remember, 20 years went by. Is he expected to wear the black dress and the fucking handkerchief and the little veil forever? No, 20 years passed by. He doesn't listen to Biggie every single day. Nobody does. So did anybody even remember at that point? It's 20 years later and he's off raping children again. This is what they do. They hide in plain sight.
He owns everything, even the calendar, even the day, even the meaning of their apps.
He hid in plain sight for 20 years. We know that motive. I'm sorry, we know that MO. We know that MO. We see it in the world's cultural elite all the time. The fucking Freemasons hide in plain sight. They do not hide it. The fact that they meet at those meetings, they don't pretend. They never have. And I don't think Pete Diddy pretended or hid it at all. And I'm wondering if those are the people that taught him how to be this way, because you don't know how to network underage hookers in a complicated fucking sex trafficking thing in a high profile aspect thing where you yourself are a megastar rapper and you are a fucking publisher and a producer and all of these crazy things, and you have all this money, more money than God or whatever, but you're like, but I mean, how would you know how to do all of that? There's got to be lawyers teaching you, rich people teaching you. There's going to be some kind of rapist overlord like Master Sith fucking Palpatine there that's taught him how to dodge all of these bullets. I don't think he had that kind of stuff in his own. I don't think he had those kind of chops on his own. They said he didn't all the time. They're like, he's a moron. He was videotaping every rape and all this stupid ass stuff because he wasn't trying to hide at all. And that is an MO that we hear out of the cultural elite all the time. Who taught him to be this way? He didn't learn from those friends that he had from the Bronx. They didn't teach him how to do this.